Okay, I'm gonna press start now.
Nice.
I'm glad you got that out of your system.
Good thing I didn't say it.
Snack time already?
Oh, you
Was that
stinking
it?
poop head. I can't believe it. Nobody heard it, I hope. I hope nobody's here yet. Oh. Ma'am? Ma'am?
Okay. I now just we got to knock.
That
and
was
then
too easy.
I'm gonna set up YouTube.
He
Hopefully
guess
this
who
is
knocked?
not-
I knocked
Turn
in you
around.
first.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, also, when you're in blade mode, you like to...
Wait, when you say blade mode, did you
Blade
that I'm
mode,
using it?
yeah, but you have to activate the E thing. Bloodline Awakening is called. But I like to call it blade mode.
Right, that's
Hello.
very confusing. But I
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, vampire mode, is that better?
wait, let me see.
It only works when you're doing the vampire mode.
It says, and then I activate Whirlwind Slash, but I don't know what the fuck that is.
It's just the shifting.
That's Daywalker.
Which thing are you talking about?
So if you look at the E ability, when that's active,
Yeah.
I get reduced healing and but lifesteal.
Yeah.
And it says and triggering Whirlwind Slash. There's no ability called Whirlwind Slash.
It's just shifting.
No, that's Daywalker Dash.
Because there's two different dashes. Because there's the one with the gun
Wait, does it?
dash.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, but those are both called Daywalker Dash.
Well, they didn't. They
Is it
didn't.
just like, okay, wait, is it like, so when I dash into someone, then it does the whirlwind thing, maybe?
Yeah. When
Wait,
it connects,
hold
when
on,
it
let me try
connects.
something. Yeah, but it does that even if I'm not, I don't have E active. Oh,
Yeah.
when I'm just left clicking, he does it as well. If I have the E active.
That was hell.
Oh, really?
Yeah, look, just hold down left click while E is active, and then he does the spin thing.
Oh, I see.
But normally he will only do that if you dash into somebody, but if you dash and you don't hit them, he doesn't do it. Okay, I see. So,
Okay,
It's
they
just-
could
it's
have
just
worded
that-
that better.
yeah, that, like, they gotta tell me what the fuck
Hello,
whirlwind slash
guys.
is.
Lizard.
That was too easy.
I don't know what the blue bar thing that shows up means.
One shot.
Loop?
Maybe? Yeah, like,
Lucky I was here. I was born.
use your gun and dash into them. See the blue thing?
Oh, no, it says what that is. It's a reduced healing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
So
damn.
that's how you reduce the healing they get.
wow.
Here they come.
Okay.
But if you hit him with the sword while doing it, it does the
I
spin
had you
attack
covered
and they get slowed.
this time.
Well,
Okay, sorry,
with
I'm
E-
back. I deafened
Hi.
momentarily. Apparently, I got it to work. YouTube does not hear copyright music.
Yeah!
Oh my
Now you can listen to anything you want. Did you make it so that it's not also recorded on the Twitch VODs?
Yes.
Yeah!
I know.
She
Neither
did it,
don't
guys.
kill, okay?
6 in a row! Way to go!
Right.
Foolishness.
Don't
ready for
kill him.
action.
Don't kill him. Be nice,
that's just-
Nini.
That was too easy.
That's confusing.
Somebody's always trying to ice skate.
Ravi
uphill.
wanted to test out Blade, so we are in the practice range.
Yes, I have not tried. So what does my ult actually do?
Still got an edge.
Is it just like...
Wait, hold it.
I can
Oh,
get
okay.
used to this.
I mean,
Okay, so it just
the
puts
more
like
you
a
hold
Next
it.
time, put up
It
a
just
fight.
puts like a little, like a square rectangle area down that everything dies in, basically.
Yeah, it lasts like
That's
1 or
3
2
of 'em.
seconds.
Okay.
But make sure you hold it, so like you go further.
Also, if I hold
Ice cold steel.
Yeah, hold the key.
Double kill!
Happy birthday, Frankenzoid!
Oh my god! Happy
birthday
to you. Happy birthday
to
to you. Happy birthday, dear friend.
what are those charges
I
I
had you
get when I
covered.
hit things that go up to 10?
Happy
Birthday
Is that
to
it?
you.
Really?
That's the speed. Like, the more you hit, the faster you go.
Oh,
But
the
if you
faster I
don't,
attack.
yeah, if you don't attack anything, you just go slower. But
Okay.
if it's at 10, you go fast.
Right, so... Okay, so he's a combo character.
Yeah. Like, you still shoot, but...
Yeah, the,
Stream, it'll have to, like,
I assume that the shoot, he doesn't shoot fast. It's just,
No, he doesn't. I think his name is Blade. He is the Blade Boy.
the blade boy.
His mom and
Wait, that's my
Steel on hand. Tastes cold steel.
Yeah, you like it?
I
It stays for a second or two.
can I go through shields with that, right? I can just dash through a shield with Q?
We can find out.
Okay.
Let me set the thing.
I was born ready.
Oh, wait. How do I change the settings?
You never stood
Oh,
a chance.
practice
Escape,
settings. Oh,
practice
that's
settings,
wrong.
and then change theme.
Oh, you have to do that. Do friendly fire rod, and I'll change to
Oh, right. I guess I'm
yeah.
supposed to.
Let's go.
Oh, we
Oh,
also,
As
on my
Sorcerer
stream, we
Supreme,
tested
I
out
oversee
his
other
ult
magical
with all the
adepts.
healing specials, and it doesn't
Oh, shit.
out damage anyone.
Does it do damage to your
Yes!
shield or just you?
Well, not much. Well, actually, it did do damage to the shield.
Okay, so
What
damages
the
both
fuck?
you and it damages everything.
Yes. Do you know how much damage you just did?
Most of your health, yeah.
Yeah, I'm at 150 from 700. That's a lot. Wait, is it? Does it do a percentage? Does it say? Is it a percentage?
The damage?
Yeah.
No, I don't think. Wait, pick a small character.
Okay. There you go. 275. Oh, okay. No.
No,
try
you
this
even
again.
respawned and it was still doing damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just it's
So
flat
Twitch
damage.
title wrong
now.
too.
Yeah. Hold your E. No, hold. I mean, your right click. Your right click.
Say we're done.
Sorry,
Yeah,
we're
but
streaming
it
with the three
doesn't,
of
it
us.
doesn't block, it just reduces it.
Yeah, but I just shot you on the head there, with full
Yeah,
charge.
I mean, yeah, it blocks it so you can't headshot. It just, blocks. And also, wait,
missed.
so apparently, hold on, let me reset these. Shoot now. Do, quick.
Wait, I need to charge it.
It's too late.
Yeah, tell me when you're ready.
Now.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you hit it, I get at like, hold on. Be ready? Now, go.
You're too
No.
loud.
No,
Hold on. You know you can set it to no cooldown.
Yes, but you could also just shoot it.
Cutting in.
Now.
There we go.
Yeah. When you shoot it, I get a dash back.
Oh shit.
Yeah. But could you pick someone who shoots fast? Like, who does like baby damage? Because I'm not sure if it's based on damage or
Okay,
hits.
hold up. Let me go cloak.
Before we had
Okay,
powers,
and then just shoot it
we had
once.
each other.
Slice and dice.
That bond
Now.
is unbreakable.
Okay, it's based on damage. I get like
Get
a
ready. Here
fifth
come the bad guys.
of a dash back whenever you hit me.
Lights out.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, so it's based on how much damage you
vulnerable.
take.
1,000 cards.
So, what? Rude. I guess while you're blocking, you don't want to have your E active. Because you can't lifesteal with it, so you'd rather be able to get healed by your team. So you want to
Yeah.
turn... Wait, can I do that? Wow.
Hell yeah.
Oh no, it cancels it if I... Oh no, I can turn it off. Okay, so
Yeah,
I
you can
can't
turn it off.
activate my E while I'm blocking, but I can turn it off while I'm blocking.
Oh, well, that's a good thing.
Yeah, I guess that's the most important part.
Lights out.
Oh, and also
Suffer the
that
darkness.
your E needs to be active for your swing faster thing to work,
Needs
Yeah.
help.
Yeah.
which is
So
odd
sorry,
because it
baby
doesn't
girl.
say that.
I didn't actually mean to hit you.
I'm a woman. I'm a woman.
Get ready.
I'm a woman. Oh my god, he dashed away.
Cheater!
Nuh-uh.
He went to spawn like a coward. No, he's getting his ult.
cards.
Lights out.
1,000 cards.
Wait, which one is you? Which one is which?
We can play.
Okay, let's do quick play. One round of quick play, so you can learn the character, and hate him. Guys, I can play competitive with Nova. I can play competitive with Nova. Finally, finally.
So long. I worked so hard for this. You were my goal.
No. I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Yeah, we're here. They're here. Nope, go away.
Oh, they're in the disgusting character.
I am beyond my
It's okay, I know Dale. My name Dale. Wait, did that guy leave?
Play. It's quick play.
Yeah, I know. But you can get
But it
get penalized for it.
Wait, Nino, could you try Cloak and Dagger so I can see that ability? We forgot to check that.
Yeah, I can play Cloak.
Oh, are you talking about the ult for Cloak and Dagger at the same time?
No, I wanted to see what my C ability does. Oh,
Yeah,
so I can.
it's
just
basically
your
Moon Knight.
circle thing?
Yeah, but you can shoot from it and you get healed.
Oh, so it's just the same thing you normally give Moon Knight. I've just been added to that.
Yeah. Yeah, because you like the moon.
So wait, does my lifesteal work when I'm in there? Oh yeah, because it gives me lifesteal even if I'm not. Oh no, it's healing over time, not lifesteal. Okay.
2, 1.
I see.
I've touched the infinite.
I see a stinky flyer.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah,
get
you
them.
They also have a blade.
Yeah, I can just dash up into them, can't I?
Yeah, you can dash up, but... Remember. Oh. Okay, they're trying to get inside from the thing.
Something doesn't feel right here.
Yeah, somebody's in there.
Wait,
Oh!
can you
Are you
explain
trying to
what
kill
it-
yourself?
What?
No, I dashed into Iron Man and it did the spin attack and then it just didn't hit him. So,
Oh.
I guess,
That's weird.
yeah, cool. My first time
Behind,
using
behind,
it,
behind,
it already
behind.
doesn't work.
Behind.
Oh, I see.
My time to shine.
Oh my god, why is
Oh my
this
god.
Mantis so aggressive?
It's fun to be aggressive, Mantis.
Can't 1v1 matches. Good to know.
Blade is shadowed by the moon since his nickname is Daywalker.
Get in here, y'all.
Eh,
My time
he's
to
an
shine.
edgelord.
An edgelord?
Yeah.
You need to stop that.
Slightly
Oh, Karin. Kongoro.
I am here.
Shut up.
Wait, have you never watched Steins Gate?
No, I don't watch
Oh
anime.
my. Okay, Steins Gate is like the thing though.
No, it's anime.
Yes, I know, but it's like
Literally
one of the
everybody
top
has an
animes.
Everybody has an anime. Where
Everyone
this
will agree.
This is like a good one.
Oh,
This one is
behind,
actually
behind,
good.
behind.
Let's pop back up under their noses.
Oh, I can't help.
Oh,
Hold still. Venom.
We have a Venom, 2 DPS, and 3 healers.
Oh,
We are undefeatable. Who will help?
oh, I think he's holding his ult for me. Oh my god.
Still, I'm trying to help. Us against the world.
Maximum.
I knew it. Oh! Oh my god, there's a fly on my face.
Like IRL?
I
Yes.
no, in this game, new mechanic at it.
Need to fly on my face.
Oh, I didn't die.
He's got his ult going. Blade is low.
My time to shine.
Hi, Cryptic. Guys, it's Frank Crislet's
Hey,
birthday.
hi.
We gotta give him a hard time today. I mean, celebrate him.
A hard
It's the
time?
same thing.
You know what else is hard?
Can't hide from the light.
Not me. I
I know that. I don't.
you guys are that close.
Yeah, he showed me his PP and bud. Oh wow! Wait, that's not you.
Wait, I have the
Lizard.
Iron Man
Wait, you play Gorlz? Yeah. I forgot to do that last time. Where are ya? Where are ya?
People behind.
Play.
Oh, you too scared. That's not your E ability.
I have my E active right now.
Oh. Wait, he tried. Hey, come back to my ult. Oh my god, you
You're
killed
ulting?
yourself.
I
Yes.
didn't know you were ulting.
Where's the part?
It's moving back.
Okay,
Don't worry.
nobody's fighting on part.
Yeah,
from,
they
like,
just
either side.
they just get the kill. Of course, you deal with shit daily. Wait, like you're pooping?
Yeah, me too, dog.
Oh boy.
Lights out. Appreciate the boost.
I'm gonna fall a bit.
Helping from
Oh, wait.
Oh, there is a fly. There's a fly in my room. I'm a
You talking about
skeleton.
Iron Man?
No.
Oh.
He's a mosquito. Well, actually, no. Star-Lord is a mosquito. I suppose Iron Man can be a
He could be a fuck ass little bitch.
yeah. Oh my god. The other day when we were playing Nova, the amount of times I like
Call me one.
got like Iron Man was fucking crazy as Squirrel Girl. And Ultron. Yeah! I was like, wait, am I cheating?
Touch of healing.
Yeah. It was crazy.
Glad to help.
That's impressive though. I'm still practicing my aim
I'll get
with,
you
like
next time.
flyers as Squirrel Girl.
Yeah, I don't know how I did it. I was just vibing too much. I think that's why my aim
No such
drastically.
thing as vibing too much.
Yeah, but like you know, I wasn't like I was just enjoying, you know, rather than being very competitive. And then there's the mode that I didn't understand. No matter how many times I tried to comprehend, I just gave up.
Oh yeah, the one that.
Oh, the eggs.
Yeah, I
Like,
don't
nah,
understand.
I don't get it. I mean, like, I thought I got it, and then I was like, wait a minute, no, this is completely wrong. This is not what I was thinking.
Glad to help.
And then it proves me right. Oh my god, no.
What?
Get in
What?
here, y'all.
Wait, what is this?
That
Oh,
ult? What was that ult?
No idea.
Another one gone.
I'll get you next time.
Ah, you killed him before I could swirl him. God
Glad to
damn.
help.
Oh, I got Iron Man.
I am ready to put on a show.
oh my god, he killed himself.
Lights out.
Skill issue. What? Who's having the skill issue, chat?
Enemy
Chat, would you still
teammates.
love me if I was a worm? This is important.
Everybody needs
Lights out. Suffering the darkness. I'll patch you up.
Thank you. Thank you. We pushed it. I haven't pushed it all the way back.
As good as new.
Whoa! You throw her across the room?
down to 30 seconds.
Wow.
Stupid
A
little worm.
boost? Oh, the worm?
Yes, obviously. No
Oh.
actual no, we're just gonna
No
yeet her.
stomping? I thought he would. He meant.
Bruh. I
Ah.
know which of you, I'm making mental notes.
Jury! Executioner!
Ow.
You did that to yourself.
Yeah, what do you want from me, huh?
Patch you up.
I'll get you next time.
Wow, nice
Oh
Nova.
my god, I am MVP.
Victory.
Oh, did you like him? He's fun, but I don't think
You
he's like.
Blade?
He's not like overpowered.
No, he seems pretty hard, honestly. But
He needs
I
a
like how
tank,
he will-
dive tanks. You know, he shines then.
I can imagine, yeah, that makes sense.
How is it that I got 23 kills, and you got 16, and you got MVP.
Because I got 4 times as much damage blocked as you and more final hits.
I see.
Yes.
One. You had one.
Just one more.
Yeah,
You're
but
just
that's
one
4
more,
times-
by the way.
4 times as much damage blocked.
Yeah, but you guys are not DPS. No tanks. I mean, we didn't have a tank really.
Yeah.
Okay,
I-
what are you
I kinda
feeling?
had to
Are we feeling brave?
Yeah, I would do comp. Wait, I have to make sure my voice shit's on. Audio. No, okay, it's on now.
Yeah?
Yeah, let's go.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm good. We gotta go.
Okay. Kids, be brave.
Hi. Hi.
Hello.
Can you guys hear me?
Yay.
Excellent.
Make goofy sounds.
Yeah, you guys better have a nice terrarium for me if I was a worm. What the fuck? What are you people who would sit, you could stomp on me and throw me across the room? Cryptic, what the fuck is that? Some other worms to not be lonely? Oh my god. Wait, are worms the things like you, if you cut them in half, they create 2 separate beings?
Those are planaria. They're the type of worms.
Okay,
Actually, they're
okay.
single-celled organism.
Remember, Nino fed drugs to them.
I did, and I had fun.
Wait, was it to worms, specifically?
Planaria.
Gotcha.
It's a
I knew that
title.
you gave drugs to a certain creature.
Yeah, planarias. And then I cut them in half. But I fed them chicken. Raw chicken.
Oh my goodness. How did that experiment turn out, by the way?
Positive results, actually.
What, they got high?
Well, yeah, they all got high, but one group got, didn't develop much of an addiction.
You fed coke to worms. What is a positive result in this reality? Like, what do you mean?
Addiction. It was addiction.
Hell yeah, dude.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear.
Yeah, boy,
Okay.
Kai.
Now, who am I gonna
Hey,
banish for
friends.
this match?
You eat like a starfish. I do sleep like a starfish.
What are we
I didn't
Oh,
know. I sleep
panther.
like a fetus.
I sleep like a fetus.
Yeah,
So
I curled
small.
up so hard.
I guess we're banning Emma. Is that like the new thing, or?
No, panther.
Well, he just
What's
he
wrong
said
with you?
ban-
What?
He said ban Emma Frost, and then he didn't even vote for it.
Wow. Okay. I mean,
gotta be.
it works.
So what do we ban?
Hella or Iron Man. Hella's strong, like it.
I gotta pick
don't-
something.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
panic doing Spider-Man.
I clicked things.
Oh, Spider-Man was good. I forgot he existed.
Oh, here.
Why did they
Okay.
torch? Really?
The right heroes.
I
can
feel like
make
he's
all
in our
the
normal
difference.
rotation for, like, once we ban though.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
like,
that's just 'cause
there's
he's a fly.
no point banning torch.
Damn. Huh.
Oh, we got a thick group.
Wait, Fresh, what do you mean?
That is a thick boy group.
Hello?
Oh my.
I said hi.
whole damn
Yo.
Hello.
What's up?
Doc.
Yo.
Time stream is collapsing.
Damn,
Oh
he
my
got
god, we're all so
thighs.
nice.
Can be disorienting.
Wait, I need to say it.
All
No, don't worry.
I need to see it.
We lose one fight, they're gonna stop being nice.
Look at the. Oh
Look at the Gru.
Whoa!
That is the thickest Gru skin you can get.
Oh
Look at
man!
those. I'll crush my head.
Stop
Oh.
them from securing the mission.
He actually got one of them.
Should I catch them?
Oh, nice, nice.
Oh, like,
Would you? I love that word. That word is just you fool. This is such a good word.
wait, what did you say?
Iron Fist up front. What is that? Okay.
Oh, you dead? There's a wall.
I was on top of the wall.
Yeah, I saw.
Lights out.
Oh shit! I tapped out of my game, bro!
Just embrace the light.
Wait.
Oh,
my god.
No! Everyone.
Nino, come here.
I don't think I can make it out.
You're fine.
Bro, go with the pro strats, I know.
I think we might need 3 support here. With Iron Fist.
Oh gosh,
Or
okay.
counter him.
Dude, I
Holy
can't.
shit, dog.
I'm trying.
I am getting boo-boo. I got
Who the?
He's right at her. Here come the bad guys.
Lights out. Us against
Okay.
the world.
Oh god.
Pop back up.
Oh my god. Laser. Okay, that's storm.
I am ready to put on a show.
Right.
Ultimating them after the soul.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Oh. He's something.
Oh my god.
Nice. Iron Fist half.
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
Behind you guys.
Finish half.
Just embrace the light.
I need help.
Groot almost killed me.
That's how they do it in Discovery Channel.
We got no healers right now. Back with.
Just keep going.
Wait, what is that song called again?
Back up root.
That goes like that.
The song that goes like that.
Yeah, it goes like, that's how they do it on Discovery Channel.
I'm doing this my way.
Is that a song?
Yeah. But they have monkeys outfit.
Oh, is it black and blue? No, not black and blue. Black and yellow?
Lights. Us against the world.
Wait. Are you referring to a rap music?
Pop music.
Oh gosh.
My time to shine.
I'm gonna spawn. Maybe I can get her. Oh no, I can't get her. Wow! Well. I can't remember what it's called. Guys, what is
Black
it?
and yellow?
Double KO. They made it halfway. Stop that.
My name.
Oh. Okay, I'm on the rocket hop.
Suffering.
Yeah. I don't see you. I don't see you.
Yeah, that's right.
Lights out.
Oh my god! What? Since when can Iron Fist actually kill me?
Let's do 3 support. 2 tanks, 3 support.
Stop them.
Get in here, y'all.
Wait.
Better stop
3
that
tanks?
vehicle.
Blue
Time
support?
to shine.
2 tanks and
Tank.
3
Which tank is
Oh.
But I mean,
They
anyway, that's gonna like
Now might be a good time to
make a
stop them.
difference.
We just gotta hold them. We don't really need the damage.
Okay.
I'll get you next time.
I can't help you there, by the way.
Lights out.
I know. He's low though.
My time to shine.
Why am I dead? I'm standing
I
next to both
tried.
my tanks and they're just going back.
This is real firepower.
Against the world.
Lights out.
Yeah, Penny's dead.
My time to shine.
Ow. Behind the fucking mines everywhere.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What the fuck? Why are you taking so... Where the hell are you
Fucking
taking damage
mines all
from?
over the place.
I'm good to go.
Oh, nice. Okay, no more ults, no more ults.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Glad to help.
Thanks this time.
Get in here, y'all.
Hold still. I'm trying to help. I am ready to put
Oh,
on a
got Luna
show.
ult.
Oh, what the fuck? Ah,
It's the
And then,
Gorlz
alright.
KO.
yo, he's got ass. He's got...
Luna wasted an ult on nothing.
It's now or never.
Yeah.
Stop that shine.
That's okay.
Better stop that vehicle.
Okay, okay. I'll punish the shades now.
Good.
Good medicine.
Top. Iron Fist behind. No, man, don't do me.
Just some punch to life.
Yeah.
Lights out.
My time to shine. Us against the world.
Oh my god.
This is real
I'm ulting.
power!
Okay.
Lights out.
Whoa, he gone.
What? So my...
Back up under their
I thought my right click blocked damage.
It should do, but like, not a lot.
Yeah, it doesn't fucking feel like it. I had 100 health and then Storm one-shot me while I'm blocking.
Oh my god, yo, but I'm
Like
trying.
certain types of damage.
No, I'm trying to save you too.
Shanty's power!
Uh-oh, come on.
Did we get the Iron Fist?
Nope, he's still alive.
Only 60 seconds
Uh,
left. I'm trying to help. I am ready to put on a show.
Live in fear.
Shields up.
Iron Fist half.
Suffering.
Okay, why me?
Macro.
The fuck
He
did
was
I
actually
do?
going for it.
Feel
Invis.
the wrath of
Yeah,
the
he was going for me.
goddess!
But I jumped out of it.
So what you're trying to say is Nova jumped into me and got me killed.
No. I jumped away from you and got you killed.
Yeah, there's a difference. Damage reduction. Yeah, the blue thing damage reduction. No, blue
take
thing
healing
does
reduction.
healing reduction.
Iron Fist is on fire.
Got an edge. 气贯长虹
Back up, Blade.
Against the
Blade.
world. Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Chill, dog. I killed 3. Calm down.
Yeah, but that an Iron Fist that's gonna kill all of us.
Okay,
Why the fuck
if
is he not
all
taking damage?
5 of you died to Iron Fist, that is not my fault. I'm sorry, that is on you.
But our damage deal is not with us.
You have 2 tanks and 3 healers. I'm sure you can kill 1 guy.
I can't.
He's too good.
Yeah, he's actually good. Okay, got him. Gotta get him good.
The current score is
That Iron Fist is built different.
2.
He's like
Switch things up,
a mantis
including which side you're
or
on.
like a Luna just to freeze him, and then we can just
We
kind of
are
kill him.
cloak and dagger. We are hope and fear.
Ravi, you haven't been using your seat ability, have you?
Yeah, I have. I use it when I go into their team.
Oh, okay.
One of them.
Even a mantis, to be honest, because then it just gives us more damage. We can stun him. If we want, we can go back to 2 damages if we wanted to. If we have mantis.
We got a Luna and I'm better at healing villains in this, so I'm gonna stay with this if that's okay.
That is perfectly fine. I'm just throwing out
I
suggestions.
can Mantis if you want to go Cloak and Dagger Nova.
We can either drop on
Oh,
top
okay,
of
let's
them or
do
we
that,
can
let's do that.
high ground.
Life energy. Martial arts
That is
sharpens your
dealer's
mind.
choice, my friend.
30 seconds before you attack. Get
Alright,
ready.
let's go to high ground.
Hello, Torque. And
I
wow.
am happy to see you too. And happy we will be in this battle together. The battle starts in
These
5,
guys.
4, 3,
The toes are touching Nunu's wiggle tube.
1.
Oh my god.
All you need to do is capture the
I like
mission
it.
area. Got it?
You got a squirrel.
Part of me
Yeah.
just wants to get back home, but I know I'm needed here.
Let me help.
Oh shit, I forgot. He literally said high ground. He literally said that. Yeah. Oh my god, I thought. I fell. I fell scared.
Ease down.
Oh, great.
I don't believe it. I fell twice. I fell twice, Nova.
I built myself a new body.
I
Like
can't
it?
believe it.
Yikes.
Wait, quickly
Oh,
post
okay, I
this.
fell.
Did you post it yet? There you go. Alright, done.
Correct
All
this
right.
time.
Yeah,
Welcome to the Dark Force
okay.
dimension.
I don't know what the hell that was.
Chin up. Thanks so much.
What think that means?
I like the cold. I am healed. Just embrace the light.
Yep.
Get ready.
Sound like that?
Oh,
I am strengthened.
okay. We need to get rid of it. We need to get rid of it.
I
Okay,
can't
so-
do that. I will die if I touch it. What? How did the fucking mine's going over?
Help, friends.
She's asleep. Oh my god.
I'm
Nest
ulting
is
it.
outside.
Help is here.
I can't kill
Spider
it.
nest is no more.
It's spider time!
This is natural anger. My life energy grows stronger.
Oh no. Okay. Bye bye.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Let me help.
Nest going down.
I am strengthened for battle.
Bro. Oh my god. I'm gonna be so upset.
Why did we just back out?
They don't have iron surface, but I think we should go back to the second DPS.
My sense of
Listen,
I'm
listen.
gonna switch to squirrel since we can't
Oh,
go in for
I
some
was gonna
reason.
switch to squirrels. Okay. It's
Even
fine.
though we were in, and then people just didn't go, and then they left again, and then
Post is an
Yeah.
outdated term.
yeah, this don't feel like diamond, dog.
I am
See
ready
that
to put on a
last
show.
Go for down. Do we go in?
No, but I'm trying.
Can I get healed to right?
Wait, I actually died to that. I can't believe it.
I guess
That's so
not.
sad.
I'm sorry, I was dead.
Okay.
What do we need?
I mean, I'd like to go tank here, honestly, because I keep telling them to go in, and they just don't.
Yeah.
I'm opening a portal.
I'm
Okay.
dropping right on top of them.
That's good for
Time
you,
for
man.
Okay, he's gonna ult.
I am not going with you.
I have ult. I can ult.
We got a pick.
Every fight I say to myself,
Down to 30
I might go
seconds.
down, but I'll
Okay.
go down
Squirrel
Raise
swift.
is
Golem.
one.
Spiders on the punch.
Ow.
Sonic boom!
Oh my god.
Chilling accuracy!
It's the barrier. It's okay. You need me. Oh no. Final 10 seconds.
Happy to pitch in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that took too long, man. That took too long.
First,
Wait,
the
wait.
first time we actually go on the point, we win. Crazy.
You'll have to
Wait, what's...
That's a complete waste. You should try to kill one guy.
Planet slimy
Yeah.
surface.
We take those.
Great.
Appreciate your sacrifice.
Wait, did they go Hansel? No. What the fuck did I feel then?
Needed that boost.
My own shot.
Making the cut. Careful. Together.
Walk forward, guys. Walk forward.
Okay, okay, we're moving forward.
Enemy in front.
Oh my god.
Two, be aggressive.
I think I got all those spider bots. By the eye of Agamotto!
I
my
am
gosh.
like 6 miles in the sky.
Yes, I'll get you. Oh my god.
Yep.
I died. I have
Our
my own
backline's
dope.
being attacked.
What is this? Iron
Fist 1.
This Iron Fist is actually good.
Business.
He's just uncontested. We haven't stunned him.
Face it,
Also,
we're outnumbered.
He does so much damage.
Yep.
I am too good at this.
Why can't I charge from here?
Another thing is that their team actually moves in.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Remember this fight when I said we got 2 picks, let's go in, and then everyone ran away?
Wait,
I
the part where I was dead.
No, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about our tanks. You can't go in if they don't. Penny start.
Oh gosh, that person.
Only 60 seconds left. It's spider time! I am ready to run the show.
Right side, rocket, low.
Yeah, I'm trying to get his stake. Wait, why the fuck is he not dying?
I unleash
Fuck it.
Oh, I don't know. There you go, he's back.
Needed that boost.
The backline's low. There you go.
I did nothing.
One more somewhere.
I got away. Yeah, it was Iron Fist. He got away.
That's alright. Break the wall.
Wait,
I portal again.
I think I hear him up here maybe.
That's alright.
Hit him.
Yeah. He's gone down though, he's going down though.
10 seconds.
Why is he
He's still
portaling?
to right. Nope, he's up, he's up.
No, enemy might be portaling. Or he's somewhere behind me.
No. Our strange is portaling right now.
He went back up top.
Luna's low.
Oh my, fuck off!
Stay in the ults. Bruce half. Nice. Go for the healers in the back.
I may be
They're low.
powered by chaos, but I'm trying to bring a
Hey, they are no longer
He
alive.
can
Oh, he knows low.
Hello.
I need healing on the cart.
I'm dead. I'm on my way
No
back.
heals, no heals.
Oh,
Okay, I'm trying to get there as
I
fast
got one
as
of
I
their
can.
healers,
By
but
the
the other one's
eye of
still alive.
Agamotto!
Wait.
What was our strange doing with that portal?
Oh, what the
I'm
fuck?
so confused.
Oh, right, he was portaling.
No, he used a portal like right before that fight. And I don't know what he did with it, but he could have gotten us back
I
to the
think he
point.
tried to block off the entrances, but they didn't even go that way.
This guy though, what the fuck?
This is really cringe. Alright. Cool.
Oh, I dropped Nova.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, did you drop-
Plat 1? No,
Yes.
no. I'm -2 out of 100 on plat
Okay,
3.
that's fine.
So you know.
Hell yeah.
Nova, don't make him feel good about it. Then he's
Thank
just gonna
you,
keep playing
Nova,
that
for
big-ass
making me
character.
feel better.
Yeah, just make him
Why?
feel bad so he doesn't play that character. Your games are gonna continue to be like that.
Well, I want people to know when they do a good job, though.
He didn't do a good job. He's just playing a broken character.
He's playing the game.
Yeah.
Do you guys like my tower?
What tower?
Tower of Ninu. On my
I'm guessing
screen.
this is something that
Tower of Babel's got nothing on that page.
I need to pull up your screen.
Wait, let me take a screenshot so you can see it. Ninu Tower. Ninu.
All I see are a lot of character references.
Ninu Tower of Pisa.
Oh, wait, that's so cute. What is this? What is this?
Ninu Tower.
That's adorable. I approve. I approve.
That's how the song goes.
Yellow.
Anyways, guys, have you figured out?
hero
Wait,
do you think you
you
might
said
be
he
today?
black and yellow. I don't. Is it black and yellow?
You said the one with the dressed as monkeys, right?
Yeah.
I think that's black and yellow. Let me see. Oh no, it's not. That's not the one I'm thinking about.
Now,
That's Wiz Khalifa.
Yeah, that's Wiz Khalifa. That's not the
That's
one I'm
not.
thinking
No,
about.
no.
No. What song am I thinking about?
You knew.
Emma, I'd rather ban Iron Fist after that
Oh.
last game, but
Panther is domination, and then we can get. Why
Why the
Squirrel
fuck
Gold?
they voted
No
Squirrel,
way!
dog?
They always vote Squirrel Gold. Stop it, Ravi. Why haven't you voted?
That was
Oh
Jason.
my God! Are you kidding me?
Oh,
You
it's the
could've saved our
Lacey
squirrel.
song. Nino, it's the Lacey song. Bruno Mars.
No, not that one. But that does have a monkey.
It is. They
No.
dress as monkeys in
Today
that one.
I don't wanna do anything.
Yeah.
No,
That's not the one. No.
that is no, that's the same.
Let's
that's
do
the
it like
same
in
song.
Discovery Channel, something like that.
That's the same
Oh.
song, isn't it?
No,
They're dressed as monkeys, though.
he does.
I don't know.
Is it-
That's the only song I can think of where they put on monkey masks.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not
Is
judging.
it the bat? Is it the bad touch? Wait, no, can't be that.
The bad touch.
No.
That's not.
Okay.
No, that's the.
What the fuck is this?
What's that genre even called?
It is! It is the bad
Bloodhound
touch.
Gang, the bad touch. Oh!
It is. It is.
That's right. You know what's funny? When I mentioned the Bruno Mars song, that's the video I thought it was.
Somebody took Jeff.
Where the hell? Where the hell? Okay, that's fine. I can go pen.
I'm here to finish. The spider controlling my.
If it doesn't work,
small,
I'll change to
but
another
fierce.
square.
Just
Hello.
like
I can.
Drink oida. Drink oida.
Dink your order.
I
drink-
never
like
good sound.
Discovery
Lord Shimmons.
Channel.
Party Doc. Agreed.
Ain't nothing but mammals. Do it like they do it on the Discovery Channel.
Back to whatever the hell it came from.
Whoa, wait.
Forward managers to
What? I didn't know they said that.
Was that a child? Someone said.
Wait.
Something tells me this guy's hoping it's a child.
Oh, God. Robbie.
Come on, I'm just saying. The amount of times people ask Nino that and then they add her, I'm just like, you don't ask them, are you a child? And then they're like, oh, let's talk, child. Let's talk. What do you
I play Roblox.
I play fucking
Systems restoring.
Yeah. Oh my God, he's dying.
Lines in place.
Oh, that's.
Looks like the missionary is the now. Lines in place. Extra strength awesomeness.
Oh, what the fuck? What the
I
fuck?
just
You,
got fucking
who
destroyed.
told you?
This is gonna hurt.
I don't know. I respawned immediately, so.
Oh no, the tank died.
We're
Okay.
outnumbered.
I think it's Hello.
Systems
I
restoring.
think she's just doming.
Time for
Oh, fuck me. Holy shit, I'm dead.
Sorry, I couldn't get you.
Bad touch by Bloodhound Gang, yeah. Let's do it like the Discovery Channel. And then they say such things.
For those unaware, they're talking about
Nothing but mammals.
I had 4 people on their team following me.
Channel.
You did indeed.
Oh, you have MVP.
I do.
I do. No, I do.
Yummy, yummy.
Bro, I
Yummy, 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 yummy.
You're up, little one.
Wait, oh, wait. Oh my God, I'm gonna die, Nova.
You're gonna come back though.
Yeah, okay, I'm
On their
opening
back
it.
line. I am no longer on their back line. I'm running away.
Wait, I'm going for the Luna. I'm gonna finish her off.
Nope.
Too many enemies.
How many spots do they have?
No. What? Wait. What was that? Game? You wanna talk about it?
Wow. Okay.
What happened?
This is not working.
I think El Primo has 700 ping.
Do we? We don't have Emma.
Okay, I'd love to play Squirrel here, but you know. They banned it.
Do you wanna go tank? Swap with me?
No. I don't wanna. Oh, you're playing tank. Yeah. Okay. Next time we die, I'll swap with you.
Yeah, I'll just go.
Why did that hit me? I'm behind it. Get in,
Afraid of my
please.
magic.
Just one
I am
time.
ready to put
Just
on a
ask you
show.
one time function.
Oh, you did.
God of Thunder!
Okay.
Us against the world.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll get
y'all
a
did.
tank.
I don't know how to mix this.
Oh, I can't. They banned my tank. I gotta go.
Wait,
yeah,
you- yeah, that's-
They
I
banned
was
everything
gonna-
I play.
I was gonna go Emma, but then I saw it was banned.
Oh yeah, I could have gone Emma. That's true.
Oh, Emma's
She's
banned.
banned.
That's why I asked if you want to go.
So they banned Groot and Emma and Squirrel. They banned everything I play.
No reason
For what
to be
purpose
afraid
though?
of
I
my
don't know.
magic.
I don't know.
Unless you give me one.
Guys, is music alright? Do I need to do you need me to increase the volume?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Have fun and watch my favorite. What movie are you gonna watch?
Even the astral
Let's
realms are torn apart
quickly have
by the
patience.
time
I'm gonna
stream
get some
entanglement.
popcorn and watch
Who
one of my
better to put
favorite
them back
movies for my
together than
birthday.
you and
Oh,
me?
what movie is
I
that?
like your optimism.
We just said the same
Forever
thing.
love tree
We just.
and me.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Woman,
2,
please.
1.
I took my meds.
All you need to do is
Did
head
you?
to the mission
Yeah.
area.
I didn't
Got it?
actually. Now I think about it.
I
Okay.
even sent a
Well,
message. in
don't
the
worry.
Chat, guys. About
Don't
meds.
worry. I will.
Yeah, but
I
that's
will
about
start your ADHD
meds.
now.
That's not
I
relevant
thought
to
to
us.
remind you guys for your meds too, though.
Yeah, but you gotta understand the part where I don't need him.
You get a peek.
Oh no! Oh, man, you respawned.
Who this?
The mission area is yours to capture now.
Very good. Very good.
I feel God. Okay, let me stay here. Feel God. Very good.
You're not going anywhere.
Oh. Okay, they go through that little room.
Yeah, they are. Oh shoot, DPS are on me.
Okay, I'm
Hello,
coming.
can I? No, I can't use my ability. Okay. I guess that's on cooldown for God knows why,
What the-
but you know.
Whoa.
missed
Okay, we
that.
lost the support.
Okay.
I took mine. I'm proud of you, chat. If you
I-
haven't taken your meds, guys, go take your meds.
I'm kind of
Okay.
busy right now.
Okay, well, you wait until after this game.
No, I have ADHD.
Wait, I didn't need to do this. Bitch, why you do that for?
I have coffee now. Lanky.
Teach me that spell, Stephen. You are under my spell.
Wait, what we got? There you go.
Okay.
He's captured you.
God, they
Oh, I
really
can't
gotta
heal you
fix
when you're in
that.
that state.
Yeah, I was just trying to get away from that guy. He's scary.
I have shut down.
They respawn at that.
You need
Yeah.
to teach me that
Nice.
spells.
Feel good. Oh my god, she finished me off. Oh, it's Tammy. Yo, how? Heal. Okay, they shot me in the face.
Doesn't seem to disappearing.
Wait.
But I'm trying here, but you know I don't really do any damage to him.
No, I was.
Mother, I'm. Oh wow, why is she focusing on me?
Say my own.
Hey,
I do no damage.
mother. Okay, I'm gonna let him take the health.
Ancient secrets revealed.
I'm in trouble, guys. I'm in
I'm
trouble.
solo. Oh my god, I can't touch. Oh wait, we're fine. Wait, no. Why would you do that, sir? I'm not. That was so dumb of you. No. I was strange. Are you strange?
No.
Okay, good. I would still
fucking know who you're
still
talking to.
say that was so dumb. He just ulted.
MVP.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I mean, MVP don't
but-
mean shit when you steal all your kills. I had MVP last game, I suck balls.
Have you considered not?
I like sucking balls.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
This is exactly why I thought that you would die.
Yeah, but Nova, I also just earlier said that I'm 4'2". Do you think I'm 4'2"?
No, you're 5'2".
No.
Well,
No, that is way too tall.
honestly, Ravi, you give short king energy.
Wow.
Hey, at least you're a king.
At least I'm a king, yeah. I'm a power bottom.
You did here.
Make sure to take them with food if needed. Yes, I did.
Considering how much you struggled to
I
get
ate
through
a
that
chicken
sentence,
piece.
I think it's safe to say you need it.
Wait, what?
There is no reason
Yeah,
to be afraid
exactly.
of my magic.
I love that guy
Unless
said
you
that in
give
the
me
match
one.
chat.
Yeah, like who are you talking to?
I'm at maximum force.
Wait,
30
I'm just
seconds
like
before you
sleeping on
attack.
my PC.
Get ready.
It's nice and warm over there. Anyway, let me take my medication.
Old soul.
Since apparently everyone's gonna go wham wham.
Astral projection makes me feel old.
Are those boobs?
No, it's sunglasses.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
I'm going Black Widow.
I know, but I
Okay.
can't break.
I believe
I
her.
can break most people. You're short too.
Good to go.
Everyone in chat is short. That's it.
But I can break most people. That is the type of shit you say if you have never been in a fight ever. That is
He's
the
in the
like,
military.
You don't want to mess with me when I see random type shit. Like,
Wait. It's his birthday. Be nice to him.
Yeah,
you're cringe tomorrow, not today.
What the hell does that even mean?
What, it's his birthday. It's not cringe today. You're allowed to be cringe on your birthday.
I mean, birthday means you're close to dying.
No. What are you talking about? You are the oldest person here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Close to dying.
It's not your birthday though.
Every day is my birthday.
You are like a third of the way through your life. Considering the life expectancy of people who already died.
Oh, don't dox her age, okay?
Everyone knows her age.
They
know
don't.
her age.
They
Know
don't.
her own age.
I don't know what. That's true.
I wasn't paying attention because I was talking to you about not doxing her.
No one is doxing anyone.
Wait, I thought nobody.
Nino, how old are you?
No,
I don't know, but don't say it.
Exactly. She
She's
doesn't know.
never told me. She doesn't want.
No, she doesn't know.
Wait, is that the whole joke?
That's the joke. She doesn't know how old she is. She doesn't remember. I'm not even joking.
Ravi, this is why you should have took your medication earlier.
What? Because you can't fathom a joke?
No,
I got the joke.
I spelled the joke out. I said Nino doesn't know her own age, and then you were still confused.
I was concerned.
The joke is very literal. She quite literally does not know what her own age is. She doesn't remember.
Ravi, get down here.
I am.
Oh my god, she was one, guys. I'm dead. I'm so dead.
No, I saved you.
Thank you. I'm gonna get for the alpha. Don't worry.
Oh, I died.
Okay. Oh shit, I what? Why does he do a lot of damage? Ravi, you need your meds, bro.
I already took my meds.
Did you?
Yeah, he did.
Reborn from chaos.
Wait, I thought you said
No,
that
but-
you needed to.
I took
Yeah,
it
he
as
did.
soon
He
as
did. He just took it.
Okay.
No, but did you take your meds?
I did take my meds.
You sure about that?
Are you sure you took yours, Nino? Nova took them before
I
we even
took-
started. She said it in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but then my meds just stinks to me.
Oh, he ulted. I guess.
Again.
I hope you can forgive me sometime.
This guy. Nah,
I'm punching him.
Wait.
There you go.
I'm gonna go for the
Bottom
support.
left. Uh-oh.
This should help me heal.
Oh, aim
Are you victorious?
Nova.
Hi, I'm good. I'm using the phone stand today and it's working really well.
It looks so good too. I must say, I might get
I
it.
sent it to Ninu. But it's working really well. I tested it out yesterday when it arrived, and I think that it's actually like it's charging my phone like a lot faster than it dies, and it's going well.
You can charge your phone while it's on that stand?
Yeah, it's a magnetic charger and it cools down your phone. I put the link in chat if you want it.
No, I don't need that shit for anything. I just think it's cool. It's a cool little gadget.
Yeah, right? Abian found it. I credit Abian.
Abian, I saw the food. I saw the food. Also, wait, Francozoid, what was your movie again? Wait, we still haven't won the game.
Yeah, what was the movie you were gonna watch?
Get up! Oh my god. I'm gonna fly up. Yeah, you did. Wait, we're doing it. Oh no. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I'm gone.
My shield's gone.
Oh god. Wow.
Have you got it plugged into the wall adapter, Nova? Yeah, is it plugged into the wall adapter?
It's plugged into the wall adapter that Lampy got me, which is the fast charger.
Do you have total?
No. We used to get that last time.
Oh fuck, okay.
I still got 50 seconds.
Defeated.
It's alright, we got this.
I will sacrifice myself for the greater good, guys.
No, don't do that.
I'm sacrificing myself.
I'm going in.
You're not going anywhere.
Punish low.
I'm gonna go for this. Ooh, it was up here.
Ow.
You need to teach me that spell, Stephen.
I fell over.
Hey, baby. Look who I got! Look what I did! I'm a real gamer.
Does it keep the phone cool?
I'm
Yeah,
a
it's
real
keeping it.
gamer.
I mean,
GG.
when I
Good
touch
shit,
it,
guys.
when I touch it right now, it feels hot, but.
You said it funny.
Oh wait, it's probably good that you just told me to check that because I didn't.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message. I love you. Now back to our show.
It wasn't on. Abin was like, "Does it keep your phone cool?" And I'm like, "Yeah, there's like this cool blue LED light." And then I checked and it wasn't on. It wasn't on.
I'm gonna.
What?
What is happening in that section? You could carry me along.
Wait. I'm complimenting that. What the fuck? I'm actually being nice.
Wait, that's crazy.
And
the text chat in game is going wild. Yeah, I can play with them.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna avoid this guy. This scarred guy. Or scared. Is that how you spell it? I don't think I can read. Let me avoid this teammate.
I was like,
Baby,
why is my phone feel so
plebeian. Oh, okay. Let me report him as well then. Pornographic content, abusive hate speech, advertising fraud.
This guy sent
advertising fraud.
He is. He said he was talking about someone's mother's OnlyFans account.
OnlyFans.
And it wasn't real.
He was advertising the enemy team's mom's OnlyFans.
Yeah,
reporting him right now.
Nina, what are you saying?
Wait, you don't get it?
Like 30 seconds of silence and you will have forgotten everything you've said the last 5 minutes.
I did already.
Did you take your meds?
Yes, I did. I took it early this time, so I actually sleep tonight. Hopefully, unless my head decides to go.
See,
Then I can't help it.
90% of the things you say aren't actual words.
I love it. I love it.
But somehow I still understand what you mean. I don't know how that works.
Oh my god, this is so cute. It's too bad I don't play Spider-Man.
Lizard, 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 lizard,
Now that I
lizard,
don't
lizard.
understand.
He's got goofy eyes. And he goes, lizard, 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 lizard.
Right.
Chat, can you spam more lizard, please?
Oh, also, chat, for anyone who's new and prefers YouTube streams, I actually have the multi-stream set up today where I have the music only playing live on Twitch and not on YouTube.
Which hero
Just let
do
me
you
know.
think you want to be today?
Lizard, lizard,
Finally.
lizard.
Oh my god, woman.
Sorry, I'll stop.
We are Cloak and Dagger.
I'm gonna
We are hope and
words.
fear.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Oh, wow,
Toxic
wow.
Demon Town BP Squirrel Girl.
Yeah.
What? Stop banning her! I counter her!
I just picked it
What?
because, I don't know, they just wanted it.
Bruh. What? No, buddy. He's just trying to ban everything that his fucking duo Black Panther is
Okay,
countered
okay.
by.
Get
Stop trying to
flying,
ban
get
it.
Iron Man, get Iron Man.
Thank you, because that counters both of us.
Maybe flying things. Yankee in my room. Together. Lizard, lizard, lizard.
Oh, you can't counter flying.
Easy.
That fucking sucks.
Easy.
Just like counter. The thing you banned before. Look at I can't even focus.
How long is this? How long is this? I can't.
She's getting redeemed.
It just said lizard. Lizard. La 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 lizard. La 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 lizard. La 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 lizard. La 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 lizard. La 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 lizard. La la lizard.
5-year-old learns that first swear word. You can go around saying,
Hey, you know what word I learned today? Lizard. Lizard. La 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 lizard. La 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 la. You need to give Nova that one too, Avian. Yes. Give it to her.
As long as I don't get copyright struck. I don't want any copyright.
Oh.
copyright you,
Oh,
lizard.
well, I mean, it says lizard every like few seconds.
I don't think you can copyright the word lizard.
Damn, squirrel go!
Now, now.
Wow,
What
uh-oh.
will you do?
Wow, boom, boom, boom. Oh, she's in the room. She's in the room.
Nice. Boom, boom, boom.
This is up there. She was up there.
I kicked my microphone stand.
Hey, look, they have flying. Wall. I can't help him. Yep, I said it.
If you're behind the wall.
Together, yeah. Boom, boom. In my room. Oh, he said that's my bad. Oh, okay. That's very kind of them. Can you get this guy? Get this guy. Get this guy here.
No.
Get this guy.
No.
You must understand.
You know I can't stun him, right?
You can stun him before he does like the speed.
Yeah, but he was already doing that when I got down there.
Well, can you stun him now?
Yeah? There you go. Stun for
Did you
half a
kill
second.
him?
No, I didn't kill him.
Oh
Can we
man.
get
Okay, he's low.
Punisher for the walls? Gee. Maybe.
Wow. Guys, I have no idea what this playlist is. We have a squirrel
I'll
goal.
take a squirrel. We do.
Yes, too.
The walls are staying up though.
And the walls are not up, and now they're up.
I mean, I'm shooting them, but I can't just magically destroy
Oh man.
them. Back shot.
Okay, when I say walls, you go. Fuck! Lizard, they're doing it again! Lizard. What?
Oh yeah, it's Greg's birthday.
Yes. Lizard, Spider-Man ain't working this. Cool. Alright, I've got my ult. I'll go ult first.
Now I'm stuck.
Bro, stop!
Well, I'm not doing it on purpose.
Maximum pulse!
Oh my god! You bitch! Oh my god.
One kill. He's talking with one kill. Hey, what do you mean?
Oh, nice ult. Okay, wow. The low. Okay. Pick up Loki. Don't worry, I do large work.
Hope I can return the favor sometime.
Yep.
Yeah, I help.
Looking back. Hey.
I don't know how the FF would ever go off on missions.
I don't think the Vega boys will copy strike you, Nova.
You said that while being
Vegeta.
one. Brother, I said that in response to you.
Yeah, let's focus.
You have Alzheimer's?
Ravi!
You gotta be retarded. What the fuck are you talking about?
Did you forget what you wrote in the text chat? Like 2
So
seconds.
why are you talking when you are 0-1?
I am not.
Can we focus?
You were when you were retarded when you
No,
were.
I was 0-2. At least get it right if you're gonna try to do something. Sorry, at least get it right.
Oh my god.
A touch of healing. You owe me one.
Don't worry, I'm beating both of you two.
Echo. Yeah, there's an echo because Ravi was using in-game chat.
You got sunshine in my pants. I see that about my pee-pee. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? Stop taking too much damage.
I took 1 damage.
No, yeah, that's a lot of nuts.
Oh, I did.
That's one too many nuts, man.
Well, I agree with that, but still.
It's much better. You owe me one.
Lights out.
My time to shine.
Nice.
I'm trying to help.
Your powers are mine!
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh wait, she said, let's take a lot. Nice.
Taste my pain.
Why is there another one?
Because Loki.
I know.
You seeing things again? You seeing things? Oh no. Oh my god, I love how we don't get stuck. Wait, oh fuck off,
Okay,
really?
no, sorry, wait, now there's 3 of them ulting.
Yeah.
That's the 3rd one. How did that make sense?
Yeah. Wait, did you ulted?
Yeah, I did. No, but this is their 3rd Luna ult.
Lights out.
Is it?
How do they have 3 of them? 2 I understand, but how is there a 3rd one? Yeah, they used 2 in the last fight.
You get away with it. You get
Oh,
away
oh my
with
god,
it. You
I can't believe he did that.
Vehicle moving again. Only 60 seconds left.
Hey, let's go with it.
Us against the world.
Yeah, I'm ulting on point. Yeah, I don't know what. Okay.
Welcome to the dark force dimension.
Can we get a kill, please? Oh my god.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the
What? Just stop. Stop.
I appreciate you.
Stop.
I'm guessing that's also my fault, you know?
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Okay, get in though. Get in though.
I'm in mode.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. The sacrifice. Whoa.
It's okay. We killed him.
Sorry. Oh wait, I'm back.
My time to shine.
Hi. Thank you.
You got a shield, Tandy.
No! Don't give up on me. Don't give up on me, Nova. Oh gosh. Oh my god, holy shit. Okay, I'm gonna ult here. Okay.
Oh, I'm in the back. Help.
Welcome my ult. Welcome my ult.
What do you mean? I got solo ulted. Nino, pay attention to the game. I got solo ulted by Groot. He walked right past you.
Okay, well, I'll have you know that I was ulting.
I can't get in your ult if I'm being solo ulted by a Groot.
And I'm saying that I can't heal you when I'm ulting.
You're not the only healer.
What? I turned around, okay? I turned around. I'm sorry. And that was the best I could do. It was turn around and then you were dead. I don't know.
Maybe we shouldn't let a Groot walk through our whole team.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Maximum pulse.
Oh my god. He's low?
He's getting in the back line.
It's your job to point out that he's there and help the people he's running to. You can't just ignore him.
Fucking nervous!
Yeah.
I am ready to put on a show.
Iron Man is targeting healers if we can get him.
Nope. Can't get him.
Oh my god, that fucking wall.
I'm
The
shooting.
current
I'm dead.
score is 2-0.
Yeah, I know.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Well, I mean,
The right heroes could
if the
make all the
Groot
difference.
walked
We are
through our
cloak
whole
and
team,
dagger.
that means the whole
We are
team
hope
turned
and
around to fight
fear.
him.
Yeah, but, you know, I'm not in a Discord call with them, so they didn't hear it. It's not that you need to kill him. It's just that if he runs through a whole team and solo ults someone in our backline, you need to help that person.
You have the fame part figured out.
Got your back.
It's true. You can use the in-game voice too if you wanted to say things.
Yes, I am aware, but the only people I could see were you two, and also I
don't know how you
Okay, so the truth comes out. It's okay.
I never said anything else. You can't push the blame on anyone else. All you. Let him go past. I just walked out of spawn and he's there.
Okay, so thank you. The way that you were wording it before was that it was all the healer's fault. Like we had
No, I didn't word it like that. I never said that.
1.
You're just presuming that's what I said. I didn't say that. I said he walked past our whole team.
Okay, give me focus, please.
No, man, I've said it before. I'll say it again. If I say something, that's what I mean. I don't mean whatever you put it at.
Can you concentrate in the game now, please?
Just not making shit up then.
Oh man. Ugh. Okay, our tanks are dead.
You've earned it.
Alright.
Put some pep in my step.
Put my thing on Spider-Man.
I like the cold.
He's one. Nice.
I appreciate you. They don't look friendly. Thanks so much.
Where's him?
You're frozen.
Feeling better already.
Okay, Iron Man is low. Thank you. Sorry, I should turn around.
Much better.
Pep in my step.
Yo, I feel like I'm doing Lord's work, man.
You have more kills than anybody else as a support, so yes.
Okay. Yeah, explains it.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you, Nova. Thank you. Oh fuck. Okay.
Shit!
Oh shit!
I'm ready to put on a show.
Oh, they ulted as well.
Yeah. Oh, let's fall back. Let's fall back. I did say fall back, Tim.
Yeah, you know. You didn't listen.
Yeah.
Unfreaking believable.
You get away with it. You get away with it.
Touch.
You get away.
Let's go. I'm on it.
I am ready to
God
put
damn
on a
it.
show.
Okay. Oh man. Oh, I can't do it. I am now, man.
I'm back in the fight. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
I have not listened to the new 3 Days Grace. I got really worried responding to that because I always think that it's set up like, have you heard Imagine Dragons' new album?
Yeah, have you heard it? With your face. Ravi, I can't see you.
What do you mean?
You were up.
I'm a squirrel, I jump. That's what I do, no?
Oh, sorry, Nova.
Save Nino.
No, it's okay.
Somehow.
Sorry, I kept her alive as long as I could.
Walls are gone.
Yeah, but
The original singer's back.
oh wow, you're dead.
They got Adam back?
Apparently, the original singer is back.
Oh, they had his, was it, wait, is it his brother who was in it, or was it like the good brother they had for a while?
Yeah, I think they have enough.
The other guy they had for a long time was like the
we're
brother
gonna
of someone
have
else
to
in the band. Touch it, I'm ulting.
We're finding our
3 Days Grace your face with these nuts. You can do it with
Okay,
it.
I'm gonna need. Oh wait. Okay, dude, I have to ult because no one else was here.
I am ready to put on a show.
Alright, I'm gonna damage boost.
Okay. God damn it!
Thanks so much.
I'm still ulting.
I am ready to put on.
I'm dead. Wow. Holy fuck. Oh my god.
I'm making a comeback. They hit a check.
How?
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Dragons, guys.
Okay, I think I'll thing might need to change or something, but I don't know to what though. Save me from the dark. Make my blood to run.
That's also on my playlist that I'm listening to.
Right now?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
How you're frozen.
Oh.
Did I?
Wall, but we're ulting. There's also fine.
You get away with it. You get away.
Rough.
There's no way. There's no way. You have to get this.
No. Oh, he got him instead. That's something.
Yeah. Okay, thank God he changed. Save me. Save me.
I'm not sure if Groove is really a good pick here.
No, it's not, but...
Well, like, I guess at least he does something different.
Wow. Actually... Oh, oi, oi. Ah.
My favorite time.
There you go, turn it up.
We gotta touch him! Okay.
Oh my god.
I just realized we didn't push it the whole way.
We didn't. Here's the thing. Wow.
Here's the thing.
Him, Spidey. Oh my god. Oh my god.
W spider plays. Just kidding. Okay.
Yo. Wait, I have more damage than the Spider-Man?
Bruh, what? Look at his fucking damage. What the hell? How does he even? He has 21 kills. He doesn't even have a damage.
So he was just getting final hits, basically.
He was just sitting there waiting for someone to be low, and then he goes at him, and then runs
Here's the
away.
thing. If you all just get good, we would have won. Okay, I'll avoid him. I'll allow him to avoid.
I can avoid him. I haven't avoided anyone today. If you want.
I've only avoided one person so far.
Still plat. This is just not even true.
Actually, let me get this.
I love when people who are in the same rank as us complain about people's ranks. Like, brother, you're queued with us because the game's on our skill level. What are you talking about?
I think Spadman upvoted himself. I'm gonna upvote myself.
You should avoid breathing.
Yo! Hey! Oh, wow!
Bruh?
I'm not even the squirrel girl, but what? I'm not in the same rank as you, dog shit moron.
Oh, look at that.
Bots!
Are you actually crazy?
No, don't ban him. It's fun. Look at that. He's pissed off.
Wait, were you actually in our team?
He was.
Look at that.
Wait, don't ban?
Yeah, don't ban him. Let him type. He's gotta get it out somehow.
Oh my god, keyboard warrior in chat. Alright, hi. How's it going, TJ?
He got. It's okay. He had to let it out, guys. It's okay. He had to let it out. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. No bullying.
Oh man.
I love how the enemy team talked shit to him, so he came here and yelled at. Like, what the fuck? Like, I didn't even I said nothing in the text chat, by the way.
Was that the guy you were on voice chat with going back and forth?
Yeah, like 15 minutes ago, and then at the end,
bro was still salty!
He was mad at the enemy team was talking to him in the text chat, and then he joins Nina's stream and talk shit to me.
I haven't even done anything!
I didn't do anything for 15 minutes!
Playing GTA Online because I spent 53 million. Now I have 3 million. Oh,
I did
no.
the thing again.
Why would you do this?
I did the thing again.
Ravi!
You did it to yourself.
Oh my god.
Wow, so people are saving you.
Yeah.
Oh, I would have. Oh my god.
I'm just random.
Forget Iron Man.
Yeah.
Oh! Shit, sorry.
Who should we ban instead?
Spider-Man.
Yeah, this Nino's fault, not mine. I was following orders.
I know, but I don't mind if they do.
Are we trolling?
Yep.
No, I said sorry. I
Apparently.
said sorry.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Nova, pick Kilo.
Uh-oh. He picked Widow. I think he might be throwing now.
No, it was genuinely an accident. It was an accident.
Yeah, but considering that he then tried to get rid of Luna and now he's playing Widow, I don't know. Also, what is BW?
Black Widow.
Oh. Right.
Round 1.
I could have probably figured that one out, but like I have
But
3
now I think they're
neurons
great.
total.
I'm Luna Snow. They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Nah,
I'm gonna be
toxic now.
toxic now? Oh boy.
There's one sensitive motherfucker.
Ah, the world famous Luna Snow.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
A long time ago.
Oh my
You
god,
look like
you're
Spider-Man,
right.
man.
I'm gonna get old someday.
Man.
And then I'm going to...
Spider-Man man.
Oh man. I hate to check.
It's
Instead
a
of
man-
Iron
a
Man, man.
No, it's a man who's bit by Spider-Man. It's Spider-Man man.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Bro really said, nah, I'm gonna be toxic now.
Slight misclick. Not toxic.
I didn't like snow growing up. Harmony always tried to throw snowballs.
Okay, you killing yourself.
No, I'm not. What are you talking about?
You're frozen. Please, we're hurt. Feeling fantastic.
Star-Lord behind.
We're finding our groove.
I feel like myself again.
That one hurt.
Back in the game.
Thanks so much. Anyone willing to help?
Hello.
Oh, I hear somebody behind us. I think it's Psylocke maybe. Oh fuck. Wait, I didn't face him, sorry.
Hey, it didn't hit me when I'm in your thing. Like the ability I get with you.
It's okay.
No, he should hit.
You need me.
No, it didn't. His ult missed him. Like, the
Starlord
thing's
behind
ult.
Starlord.
Where is he?
Behind.
I like
No,
Oh,
but
there he is.
nice.
There you go, he's dead.
I was worried.
Uh-oh, I'm out.
fuck.
See ya.
Oh, get in though, get in though.
I'm help. Do I throw like a club?
She's dead.
Okay.
Against the world.
Knew it. Give me your life. Are you still alive?
Yeah, I'm still alive.
Do I throw like a club? Acacia89 asks, the three dancing niners in the corner represents
I can't see by the way. Okay, wait, did we get the Starlord?
partying harder than anyone I've ever seen. If they keep it up, they might just evolve into the ultimate Dorcas dance trio. But let's be honest, with moves like those, who needs brain cells anyway?
Yeah, he's gone back
It's all
now.
about letting loose and causing chaos, darling.
Yeah.
was worried.
Okay.
Whoa, hey. Whoa.
I'm trying, Ravi. I'm trying.
Nice damage. Psylocke is on our back.
I don't see her.
Left, two of them. Yeah, Starlord can ult back here.
Oh my god.
Okay, stay in my thing,
I'm on.
stay in the thing, stay in
Oh
the thing.
shit. Okay, well, they have two ults going. They have two ults going. We get the. Oh fuck.
I
No.
would love to.
Okay, well, we should be living through this.
Oh, we'll live, but
I like the cold.
I'm not sure if we're gonna kill much.
Oh wait, I did not live through that.
Yeah, my ult indeed.
I guess I lied then.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, all the 3 days grace on this playlist are.
Damn.
I haven't.
The new singer they had for a long time. was
Wow,
Chris
Hello's
David or
actually
some shit.
bad. I said
They
I
actually
was
had
sorry.
some really good songs with him as well.
I said I'm sorry.
I mean, look at how long he lasted without it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to think about the fact that we lasted this long whilst missing a player. We've actually served no foes.
Oh, Ravi, wait.
Come on, he's already throwing.
No, he's shooting, but he's just not getting anything.
No, he scored that 0 kills, and he said he was throwing. Like,
Oh fuck that.
oh, alright.
Oh shit. Okay. Dang.
Feeling better already.
Watch me
Oh, that.
Wow.
needs a snowball in the face.
Wow.
Something else.
I said I was sorry.
Fear
Not
Yeah,
best
he didn't
self.
care.
He just wanted to be talked.
Yeah.
There's no chance to stop them. Us against the world.
I missed.
Oh.
I don't know how I missed with an ult like that, but I did.
Feeling fantastic.
A feast for my crows.
Fear best self.
He's there.
That, nice.
Okay. Wait. There's.
It's okay.
I'm dying.
You need me.
Come to me then.
No.
Starlord is behind us.
You stop them in their tracks.
Oh, hello.
Okay, I can't see you. I'm not gonna heal you.
I'm fine. I know you're not gonna heal. Come.
Yeah,
I know.
Starlord's.
I was just killing the
Be
Psylocke.
careful over here.
Is he up left? Up top left?
Yeah.
Oh, I hear him. He's back here. On me?
Thanks so much.
Go. Okay, I'm not there.
Next time.
Okay.
Nah, he got away.
It's clobbering
Oh,
time.
Oh.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Oh shit! I didn't save them.
It's alright. We got the ult.
We got Luna. This is our Luna.
Yeah, it's me.
Jury.
Oh fuck! Where's he ulting from? Oh, behind.
Over there.
Oh, killed me right through your ult.
Oh,
Yeah,
he was
yeah.
so low for a minute.
Yeah, I can't do anything about that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I want to spectate them.
Yeah.
Oh,
Better stop that vehicle. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
I think they're just bad.
Close.
Oh fuck that! Bye.
Ow.
That one hurts.
Okay. go. Okay.
I'll get you next time.
I saved everyone apart from Ravi because he wasn't here.
Oh, I was nowhere near you. I was way in the back fighting Stalin. Nothing you could have done.
Behind.
Willing to help? Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
Stalin behind.
Feeling shields up. I suck.
I'm ulting.
I am ready to put on
Okay,
the show.
you oh fuck, I can't keep your life from that. That's too much damage.
I can.
You can't calm down? Or what?
No. I was keeping you alive momentarily, but I
Oh,
don't know
shit.
if it lasts very long.
Oh, nice ult, nice. Okay, nice shot down.
Oh well. We gotta push up when we have picks.
There was actually
Oh, right.
that's guy.
Well, yeah. We can't all be stuck in our backline because of a Star-Lord. Also, it doesn't matter if the tank I'm
Yeah, but
looking at is the guy
I'm trying to help my sports.
Nino. I said the tank I'm looking at is the guy who's throwing, so that...
Oh,
Like,
okay.
he's not trying anyway. I just didn't realize he switched that tank.
Yes.
Oh.
Step aside.
He switched to Venom.
Yeah.
I'm back in the fight. Be strong together. Willing to help?
I can't see.
Don't give them another inch.
I'm ulting, don't worry.
Thank you.
Okay, stay close together. I'm going to outline.
Thanks so much.
Star-Lord low.
We're finding our groove.
Nah, that's not low.
Yeah. Nino, you responded like 5 seconds.
Wait, did you? Oh, you cut out. Yeah, what?
Final 10 seconds.
But I'm here.
Oh, okay. It's Ravi's audio then that just died. Oh,
I hear Ravi.
okay, my brain died then.
Star-Lord low.
We're nice to our friend.
He's not our friend. What are you talking about?
I'm your friend.
You brain dead. You called me you brain dead.
0.
They are terrible Venom too.
Rude.
They're just
what are you
terrible.
talking
You did just now. You just now. You told me to
you're
call
talking
you out
about
when you say asshole things.
Nino. I thought you were talking about.
Luna Snow.
I thought you were talking about the guy in chat.
Ravi,
talking
why?
shit.
In darkness.
Why would he mean to me?
To win this one.
Bro, you're mean to me all the time. What do you mean?
But I'm being nice to you today.
No, you're not.
I did. What bad thing have I said? Tell me.
I can't say it on stream.
Whoa! I would never. Just because you're blonde and blue eyes.
Our Venom is legit gonna be RB.
Can we not please? Can we please just play the game?
He wasn't playing anyway. It doesn't matter.
Oh my god.
Don't worry about it. Don't need him.
Asgard has been invaded yet again. But as always, Loki
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Nino, can I have your thing?
Hey, please.
Want to know a little secret?
Okay, I'm gonna give it to Venom.
Bro.
Say please.
I asked politely. I'm not gonna say please.
Okay, Venom's getting it.
People
Okay,
told me that was a killer
It's on you.
but I didn't
I
take
ain't
it
saying
literally.
please, but
The battle
ain't no
starts in
goddamn way,
5.
boy.
I didn't say please. Say please. There's a difference.
Yeah, I ain't saying that either.
Be strong together. Help get that vehicle to
Oh,
Anyone willing to help?
Star-Lord on back top.
I'm hurt. Looking so pretty. We're going to stop you.
Holy shit.
I did say it. I did call it out.
Deep freeze.
Oh, whatever. Star-Lord?
Yes.
Not what's killing me.
Yeah, he did a lot of damage in the backline. On you guys.
Yeah. But I can't do anything about him. He's flying.
Oh.
I have a sword,
Is
dog.
our Venom moving?
No, he's
Oh my god.
He took a character. He ran them. What else could he possibly do? Is the only reasonable thing to do is go AFK.
Ben, can you play the game, please?
I suck.
Oh, one shot by Adam.
Oh, I got Star-Lord.
Oh wait, he is playing the game. He's here.
And
Venom
now
is here.
he just walked out of spawn.
Oh.
I was worried. Snowball fight.
Wow, that did not even hit, but it broke. I can't help that. It's break.
Why was I stunned for like 6 months?
Judge, jury, executioner!
Okay, I'm gonna ult, but it's not gonna save you guys, so just be careful.
That's alright. Okay. Can I use my shift in?
I suck. What time? I was worried. I am ready to put on a show.
Swallowed on me. Swallowed is behind.
Us against the world.
Oh, that's Adam. I thought this was Star-Lord. I'm done.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna win that fight.
Ow.
Bro, should I go?
I really punched an Adam for 10 seconds straight, thinking I'm gonna kill a Star.
Oh wait, do you need me to go like something that can deal with the Star-Lord?
Sure. I mean, I can't deal with him. I'm a melee.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I can go Punisher if we need it.
Ooh, a touch of
okay. Is he gonna have that ult every 2 seconds?
Yeah.
Oh, right, because Venom.
He's low. Oh, never mind, he's not low. Oh, shivering timbers.
Something tells me he only went out of spawns because he... Wait, I can sabotage Dave even further by just feeding. I don't think he walked out of spawn to try.
We're back, right, tippy toe?
Okay, I'm gonna ult and then I'm gonna change.
It's alright. Just do whatever you want, honestly. You cannot hurt.
Playing to win.
Yeah, I know, but, you know, there's no point playing something you don't want to play. If,
oh, he's low!
You know, he's not playing at all.
How did you get Nabo so fast?
He's stuck. Get him. Nice. Okay, wait, where was that? Where's that? I know.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
Okay.
Get the puncher. Oh, fuck, I missed.
Anyone willing to help?
Ow.
Thank you. Wait, there's cloak somewhere.
Still got an edge.
Where is she? Nice. Oh, killed her.
Oh, good white loser?
Okay. He's low.
Lamau.
This guy needs to die.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, nice.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Alright, I'm gonna change here now.
You know who actually is good? Like the things we've had on the enemy team.
I've watched
2 games
entire
have both been
realities
really
consumed by
good.
chaos. I won't let that happen again.
No, chat just saying please.
Feeling stronger already. You're not going anywhere.
Oh, I felt we're building.
I know, I feel that.
Us against the world.
Judge,
holy
jury, executioner.
Okay, he is ulting.
Yeah. Usually can't do anything about that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna go die. I might have to go hella here.
See ya.
Wait, Ravi, I can't see you and you're alone.
Yep, I know. I'm trying.
Ma'am.
Good God, dude.
So cold.
Healing.
Why would I need healing?
Wait.
Seems we have company.
He's low.
Here's this life.
Symbiote clear. This realm needs us. I always help my allies.
Okay, I don't know where the Star-Lord is.
I am ready to put on
I
a
think he's dead.
Okay, well, not anymore.
No, he's not.
No, he isn't.
Wait.
Oh,
wait.
yeah.
Wait. Get him,
He got
get
rezzed
him.
by the ult, I think.
Oh, fuck. Oh, wow. Okay.
Maybe I'm just seeing things.
Oh, I'll be honest, spectating him, and he can see that he's just shit.
Who is more immortal?
He's
He's
not
just bad.
shit. He's just doing it so he doesn't get banned. It's not because he's just bad.
Well, okay, that doesn't look good, buddy.
No, it don't.
What am I? Down to 30 seconds. Get that vehicle moving again. Hold still.
Oh my God.
I'm trying to help. Come on, time.
Okay.
Hell unleashed! I'm vulnerable.
Holy fuck.
Keep pushing ahead. His squad is counting on us. Got it.
We push all
Oh, she was low.
Judge! Jury!
Oh, he punches low. Punches low. We can kill him. We can kill him. We can kill him. He's one. Oh my god, no, not anymore.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I'm so dead. Oh, I can't.
It's alright. Considering we were doing a 5v the game, we did pretty well.
Triple KO! I may return from my own realm.
Yeah, well,
Still got an edge.
that.
Final score 1-2-2.
Yeah, Venom, delete the game, please.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
No, he doesn't, but... Dude, freaking this? The thing, what is going on?
Aw. Someone said something nice.
Okay, other people on the other team are being so nice to you, Ravi.
No, oh no,
okay,
no, no.
can somebody avoid-
Look again. Look
Can
again.
somebody-
One of their supports told me to never play Blade ever again, and
Can
Wait, you got cut out. You cut out.
what their Adam said that I should never play Blade again, and then the other support said I was the best player on the team. I can't tell who to believe. I'm just going to be selfish and presume that he's just mad because I didn't go.
Can you
yeah.
avoid, please, the person, please?
I'll
Thank you.
avoid.
Thank you. Thank
Make
you.
sure you report him as well.
I did.
Oh yeah, I forgot to do that.
Text chat abuse, voice chat
Da,
abuse.
da, da, da. You guys
inappropriate
liking these
content
this
from minors,
music?
Harassing minors. There you go.
What? Did you just what?
What?
Oh my god! Wait.
If you're gonna report him, at least report him for what
Wait,
he
are
actually
they?
did.
Is he playing with
Oh, I
someone?
did that as well. I just also reported him for all the other things like terrorism and stuff.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Wait. I want to see. No. Wait, let's see. Recent players.
Like terrorists.
Oh no, they're playing solo. Okay. Alright. We avoided them. We can do it.
Yeah.
And we get to play with Nova. We get to play with Nova. Oh, I got the thing skin. Oh my god, toes.
You got that thing.
You got the thing.
Can they make a skin for the thing?
Like
that's called
terrorism?
the thing?
Wait, hold up. Wait.
And then it's just a gun.
They can't both be right.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
What is this place? I don't think it's even a playlist. Wait, is this a playlist? No, it's not. It's just random music. I want to be.
Also, chat.
Just
Just to circle back, my phone was overheating before when I realized my stand wasn't on, but now it is a good temperature.
Panther.
Watch Ravi ban Squirrel Girl.
Oh
again.
yeah.
No,
yeah.
no, I took it real slow.
You just call it. Yes,
I
you got the new stand.
though, and it's like it's been really nice, and it's not like overcharging my phone either, which I was a little worried about because it's plugged into the quick charger.
Oh, we forgot the button. Wait. Oh no, we didn't. Okay.
What? Oh, I got so worried.
Yeah, I did too. Sorry. Don't know where to go.
It's really nice, and hopefully I won't have to like switch to PNG tuber again because it's like staying charged around like 80-something%.
And it's magnetic.
It is magnetic, so it's not taking up that much space. It's so nice.
That is
I
so
love
cool.
it. I love it. I love it. Thank you, chat, for helping me to fund it. Or wait, I think I bought this on my own, but thanks for helping to fund all the other parts.
Well, I guess indirectly they funded it. 'cause
Indirectly,
you
yes.
couldn't have funded it if they didn't.
It's true.
Help
They are how I
I can
get
go
paid.
cloak and dagger if you want to go.
When are people
Using
gonna give
tape
me
for
money
everything.
for
I
doing
wasn't
nothing?
using tape.
I want to do nothing and get money.
Yep, it is.
Is that how that works? Can I just like not do nothing and get money?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Do nothing, you get money.
Just have boobs.
You know, I know a guy who has a friend who their whole living is selling feet pics. So if you want me to hook you up with that person.
Honestly, I have pretty nice feet.
Whoa. Is it
Because
hairy?
they were like,
No. I've just always had good shoes, so my feet are like, you know.
Oh, wow. Guys, he's giving you guys a tease for his OnlyFans account. Only
my
feet
friend
account.
was like, listen, one of my friends has a site for feet pics. If you want in on this business, like,
4, 3, 2, 1.
it's fine.
I thought you were gonna say, you know, a guy who has boobs. Man boobs.
All guys have boobs.
What has Victor gotten us?
All guys have boobs. Boobies.
I've got big boobs in this call.
No.
Them's fighting words.
Oh.
Them's a fact, dog.
Wait, what?
Thanks.
Don't use that word ever again.
What, fact?
Oh my god, okay. I misheard you.
Did you think I said something else?
Yes.
No,
I said fact, like a factoid, factual. Not
Oh my god. I'm going away. Hey, let's go back. Oh, bye-bye.
My time to shine.
Giannis, squirrel.
Oh, squirrel go low.
Nice. Oh, hello.
Oh,
okay, so
oh.
Robbie
I'm
just
switching.
is trying to see which of us
Right,
is
move to
gonna
the
pick
wall
first.
and see if he knows it first.
What is that even supposed
Fact.
to mean in this
I
context?
don't know. Fact. I think that's what it means.
No, my boobs would hit first
Big.
if they're bigger.
Big.
That's a fact.
Oh, okay. Let's go aggressive. I like this squirrel
Nine,
girl.
zero.
Where's squirrel girl? Squirrel girl low.
Why? Hello, there's 2 Psylocks behind us?
Yes,
They have
Emma.
Emma. They have an Emma, so that's her team up with Emma.
Oh, right.
Okay.
It was good.
Okay. There you go. Oh, fuck no. Okay. Wait, is that house?
Wait, how am I dying in your ult? Huh? Oh, okay.
Oh, she was so low. Oh my god. My bad.
Appreciate the boost.
You know, it's just you and me. We should back up.
You and me. Oh,
God.
I only spoke. And then it goes.
I'm literally in the spawn.
My time to shine. Checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh, squirrel go behind. Oh, fuck that. No. Okay. Oh, okay. You can't stand on that part. Thank you. Nova! 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 Nova!
Come back!
I wanna go with Nova. I wanna go where Nova is.
I am playing like ass. Have fun carrying it.
Guys, what is this? Oh! Wait, is this a remix?
Halfway. Stop them.
Okay. Sound like mine ult here, by the way?
Unless I kill her. Okay, that's not Psylocke. My bad.
Yeah.
Who are you, really?
Wait. I will kill her. I will kill her. I will kill her.
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
My time to shine.
Sniper high! Yeah, it isn't my chemical romance.
I thought you said sniper as in like sniper. There's a sniper.
No, there's not a sniper. There's not a sniper
You
here.
know
Oh,
sniper.
it's the tournament person?
I put my ult down. I put my ult down.
Wait, why didn't he get healed from that?
Ow.
I don't get it.
Ow.
I don't understand. Okay, hold on. I'm ulting him. Come to my ult.
Ah,
She's gonna ult. Bro.
Who's she?
Woman!
I see.
Woman! Woman!
Which one?
Woman.
That's like most of their team.
This one.
Oh, I'm standing in it. Heal me. I'll eat it.
Oh, what? Are you live?
Now.
Okay, see you fine. No, it's not fine. The world is not fine anymore.
The games are going good. We did have somebody who was so salty with Ravi that they came into Nunu's chat to.
Of all people.
I can't believe that they'll go after me. What would I ever do?
Imagine.
To be fair, that's the only one I wasn't talking shit to.
Go away! Help! Okay.
Yeah, I said nothing. Wait, okay, I mean... And there was another one that was really upset that I accidentally banned their character. It was an accident. It was an accident, like a genuine accident.
And they were toxic the whole rest of the game.
Uh-oh, I'm cooked.
Are you? You're fine. Fine.
They just wanted to be toxic.
Are you staying up
no
here?
way that
Wait, when I'm using my shift, Wolverine count and grab.
No. Okay, I have my ult. You want a game?
Yep, let's go.
Okay.
Kill the woman.
You kill woman.
Woman is low. Nice, woman is dead.
Wow. Wow, holy shit. I'm being...
Behind us or something?
No,
wait, where the fuck am I? Oh, I'm in the wrong place.
I'm coming up front. There you go.
Get him! Get him!
I'm working on it. I don't do much damage, but I'm working on it.
Do you know that song?
My time to shine.
Alright, let's go back, Go back.
You have a shield? Oh, okay.
I had my ult, but it...
Uh-oh, I'm being shot.
I
We all
can't
died.
use it when Emma's doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay, it's okay. We have your ult. We have a couple ults actually. Oh.
My time to shine.
Me start. Oh.
That's fine.
Oh no, that's sad. Nice save on that.
Slam.
Slam dunk.
Uh-oh.
What the fuck?
I would love to do something about
What?
honestly, but you know.
Wait, what the fuck? Bro, game busted?
Damn.
The
I
current
don't get to use
score
my ult here.
is 0.
What should I play? I don't feel like I'm doing anything.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
You could go DPS.
Yeah, but
Our cloak and dagger.
I don't feel like there's any DPS I could play here that
Oh, they stole Emma from me.
I don't mind, that sucked honestly. What should I do?
Do like Squirrel.
Yeah, but Squirrel's not good into this kind.
Yeah, I haven't played Squirrel.
I did
oh, okay. Penny? I don't know. I feel my penis in the car.
Fuck it, I'll do Groot. Just try to help me with the Wolverine, and then we just, you know.
Lose control. Oh, wait. Do they have it? Guys? Do you think they have it?
Oh, the duo
30
mode.
seconds before you attack.
I'm doing it. I'm waiting for them. They're doing it. We're doing it. Oh my god.
That's so cute.
Would you still love me if I said
Oh, so cute.
You both need to have it?
Yeah.
It's a duo emote, yeah.
As would I, my dear.
Dang.
As would I.
You guys both spent the money.
The battle starts in
Wow.
5.
Mob, it's me and my
You guys
baby.
are both helping to fund shiny spyware companies. This is great.
I mean,
No, I'm not. I don't have fun in life, by the way. No, everything is bad. Everything is evil. Oh, there you go.
behind?
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess that's
Yeah,
not
you
gonna
got
happen then.
Yeah. Just go with another DPS. Because
I'll just play Punisher, whatever.
I can't show you, I can feel you there.
Battlefield ready again.
It's more away.
Yeah, Punisher might be a good pick here. That'd be right.
Yeah. Somebody up there, better.
I'll go get the card if you guys want to go heal them. They're running away.
Okay.
So I'll just sit
Oh
on this.
no!
A timely boost.
This
Oh,
course should
you
scrap
wait. Oh, I have to reload. Yeah. Yeah, have some out.
Alright, don't use it.
Yeah, I'm gonna come up. I'm dying, guys.
That's not good. Appian, were you even were you watching in that match?
Yeah, he spectated.
Yeah, no, I mean like before, like at the beginning. You saying that guy talks? Realized he was talking mad shit in the text chat before the game started. He literally said he was going to throw the game before the match started.
Yeah.
That's the only reason we were him is he started.
Feeling fantastic.
Feeling fantastic. Us against the world. Shields up.
Oh, nice roll.
Whenever, Storm! Whenever! Okay, she's doing it. She's doing it.
Oh,
Let me in! Let me in! I'm getting...
I'm there.
I'm eating them! I'm eating them!
Problem solved.
Timely boost.
Oh my god, I can't help him.
Fuck it. Push in. Trust me. Go.
Alright. He's gone now.
No, he doesn't.
Who's up there?
Judge, jury,
Oh, behind.
Ow.
Don't worry, your sacrifice was not in vain.
I hope not.
Turning up the heat.
What the hell is this? What the hell is this list? I hope you guys are at least enjoying it.
Oh, Wolverine behind.
He's in front now. Oh my god, lizard.
Nice, he's dead.
Lizard.
Aggressive, we got two.
Lizard. Mommy, please live.
Don't turn back now.
Mother, please don't die.
Mommy. Oh, the portal.
Go portal.
Wait, did he go through the portal? Oh,
No.
fuck, I'm trying.
Got one of them.
I'm a good boy. Wait, I went through. I went through the portal.
You went to their spawn.
Hi, it's just right here. I'm just gonna throw some bubbles around. You could go for some cake. You deserve a cake, sir. Go get a cake. Ah! Mommy, stop taking too much damage. Yeah, go.
Nice, Ravi.
Nice.
I think someone's above us. By the way.
Mommy help.
Range is above.
Mommy help.
Come on.
I push. I help my mommy. I help my mom.
Oh, I just got one shot.
Whoa! What the fuck? Wait, I'm about to get what? Shotted?
You can do this.
Mommy! Where are you, mother? Where is she?
Malaysia.
Ah, she's here.
Gibraltar. Frankfurt.
Get that vehicle moving again! Ravi, I can't see you anymore.
I'm fine. He's on there.
Okay.
Enemy in front of us.
Battlefield ready again. Struck too recently.
Mother is
Somebody's
here.
right there.
Mother is here, guys.
Unusually large, even for you, Frank.
Oh shit!
Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh,
Yeah, I'm dead.
Oh yeah.
By the eye of Agamotto!
You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're not fine. You're not fine. I tried being. I can't believe it.
Okay, no, it's okay, it's okay.
The Omega Hurricane is ready.
My ult is ready. Where's mommy?
Judge! Jury!
Oh my god!
Problem solved.
I know! Please
I'm
stop!
killing it! There we go!
Oh my god. Wait, did I extend her ult? I think I might have extended her ult.
Yeah, the duo does extend the ult.
Oh, hell yeah!
Right side.
Kill him, kill him!
I can't! You gotta
I'm
help
here with you.
I'm fine, I'm fine.
Mommy, where are you, mother? Mother! That's fake mother!
I'm ulting, keep me alive.
Moon Knight! Oh my god.
Yeah?
Bro, we actually died to Unk.
I didn't die. I knew my.
Oh wait, we
ult
died.
didn't get canceled.
Whoa,
I
what
just
the
need to
fuck?
get the car.
This Punisher though?
I got poo-poo. Oh, we're TP?
TP?
TP? He said TP?
Wait 15 seconds.
Yeah, I'll go TP. Oh wait, we have. Okay.
No, he's TP.
The final 10 seconds!
Need some range.
7.
Oh fuck, I shouldn't have got in!
What? That point aim at nothing!
No, it's on the point, but I got.
Yeah, but
I
it's
have
not
a
aimed at the enemy, so I couldn't shoot it.
Wait.
I put a turret down and everything.
Oh wait! Wait! No! Take me back!
We got a touch.
Oh wait! I can't get there. That is so unfortunate.
2, 3.
It's alright.
Like, I don't think we didn't do bad. Just
No, I
better
played like
team
shit. At least until Punisher, I played like.
Are you guys okay if I take? If I go refill my coffee really quick?
Yeah.
No.
Also, whilst you do that, I want to see. Call me bakery person. Was that the Punisher as well?
Yeah, it was.
Okay. I want to see him. I want to see. I want to watch it. I want to watch it. Yeah, that was a part that was a bit.
Oh, also, we gotta remember to. Okay. There's literally no one talking since the first game, so I keep forgetting about it.
I talked though.
No, I mean other people. Like, I keep forgetting to do it because no one was talking. Aside from the first match we had. You know.
How the hell do I change? Oh, I forgot. F. What F is he? Oh, they were playing Sword. Wait. No. Is it? Wait, is it call me? Call me baby. Come on, bakery. There we go. All right. Let's. Wait. What? Wait, I gotta go back.
Drink
Wait,
water.
even I didn't.
Wait, so what?
I had. Wait.
Or something?
Yeah, wait, how the fuck did. Okay, hold up a minute. How did he hit Nova? Did he know Nova was there?
No, he's just free firing spawn. I do that too.
Yeah, I know, but. Okay. Wow, they missed. I guess they're not cheating. Okay, never mind. They killed.
I think they were just playing well.
Hold up. I want to see them on Punisher though.
I don't know. I didn't notice anything suspicious.
Look at poor little me. My little leggies. Yes. Okay.
I'm hunkering down.
Keep going. Disappear.
Wait.
Feel the wrath of the goddess.
Berserker! Rage! I'm good to go.
He died. He died. Why does he keep pre-shooting the wall?
We are Groot.
I like the cold.
Nah, I think he's just, I don't know, all over the place. He died.
Maybe he's just high.
I'll meet my family, but not today. Out of the infirmary.
And get angry with the ears. Guys, we have a little problem here. What's going on here? We only won 1 game out of 5.
There's 3 common denominators in there. It's
Buddy.
all of us. This doesn't help. I just felt like pointing it out.
Whoa, oh my god, that ass! Guys, he's dancing!
Oh my.
He's giving us a show!
For free?
Sounds like a user error. Wow.
Damn.
Aren't you gonna say, oh, this is good? This is good. Do you guys like his ass? Do you guys like it? I'm pretty sure it's Ravi's fault.
God damn it. Not my
Yes.
fault. I didn't do anything.
It's never women's fault.
Yeah, that is in line with the usual Twitch chat, to be fair.
I don't know what this is, guys. Are you guys liking? Are you guys liking? Are you guys liking it? Are you guys liking it? You eating your Frankenzoid, I missed your message. Wait, what movie? What movie? Shake that butt. Shake that butt. Hi.
Hello.
Hey, did you get your offie?
Yeah, I refilled the offie.
You got it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love this new phone charger.
I'm not jealous.
You can get it too. You should put it on your throne. I just bought it myself
I'm
because
just
I thought that chat
lazy.
spent too much money on me.
Aww.
Is it in the Ninu mug? I actually am washing the Ninu mug. I used it like yesterday. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's getting washed.
Wow.
This one, I don't even know.
Okay, I was enjoying watching that ass. What is that?
It's hex
Hot
set off of this
mama.
mug. It's just like a plain one.
Hot mama.
Alright guys, I'm negative 14 out of 100 on Plat 3.
Oh.
Okay, we're not gonna lose this, guys. We're gonna win this one.
I'm back in plat as well. Oh yeah, I'm back in plat.
Yeah, I'm in plat too.
Yeah.
Okay. How's Nova? Hi Jay! I'm feeling a bit better today. I ended stream a little early Friday because I wasn't feeling well, and yesterday I just kind of had a chill day where I made an Instagram. I made an art Twitter. So
yes, she has a new Twitter account.
If you guys wanted to see my doodles, I will just be posting cursed images there.
You post doodles? Whoa.
Cursed doodles. Doodles.
Actually, you did draw us really cutely. I like it.
I love that that's the more popular one that I posted yesterday.
You know what that means?
I got to draw like that more.
Yes. Draw more Ninu.
I did actually want to draw you in Fable. So
oh my god, more Ninu in Fable.
Yeah. Are you posting anywhere else? Nah, just on our Twitter right now. I have too many social media.
Gorlz, Warfare in a bit. Oh, I've actually never seen it. Is it like a war movie?
That's the new one, isn't it? It's got the will.
Nova hates me confirmed. Wait, what? When did I say that I hated you?
I'm in the snow.
I haven't seen it, but I heard it's good.
I shine in darkness.
Now, we're not about to play
for this match.
It's a great movie. Oh, ban that shit.
Oh yeah, right.
Wait, 2 Emmas.
Huh.
Buy the
when
charger.
you denied my ability to buy the charger.
Riker's like, it's your birthday month, and also you said that you were behind on like a house payment thing, so I don't want you to be buying me shit, okay?
Oh.
You save your money.
Chat, it is very important that you take care of yourself first, and then you can support us.
Yes.
Otherwise, we will feel bad.
Give money.
Forever Pikachu.
I get that, Belf. Should I start a Patreon, guys, with my art that you could just definitely see for free on Twitter, but you can also just
put a paywall on it.
Pay a paywall on my art. My art that's like literally.
I have a Patreon.
Man.
Yeah, I have not posted there in a while.
It's true.
I think a lot of people do that just to, you know, give like special roles in a Discord server or something.
Oh yeah, I do that.
You know, a donation thing. You know, with Patreon.
Yeah, I don't know. I could start one just. I know that some people are like lappy, or some people are paying for like tier 2 on YouTube, even though there's literally no extra perks. There's no extra perks for paying tier 2.
They just kind.
The ice effects look great.
Sweet. Oh, guys, who's excited for Silk Song? I was gonna say Silk.
Is it actually confirmed that this
Yeah,
part?
It is. The trailer's out.
Because they keep saying it is and it isn't, and then it isn't.
No,
It
it's
is
out.
2
The
weeks
release
time.
date. It was like announced exactly like the date, and a lot of other game studios moved their release date for Silk Song because they were like, we don't want to
They're
compete with
scared.
that.
Coming soon.
Yeah, it's like they do it with GTA 6 and all that. No one wants to release at the same time.
They say that music brings the world together. But right now, I think we need superheroes.
Oh, Sniper.
You mean Hella?
They have Hawkeye.
Oh.
They have Hella as well.
I don't know about that, but Hawkeye is more scarier. Well, I mean, I don't know. They're both scary. Oh, he's top. He's gonna go try and go top.
Alright.
But I'm holding.
There you go, enjoy.
You already have ult. That's crazy.
Oh, wow.
Baby feeding.
Hey, get the Hawkeye, please. The Hawkeye.
Hawkeye just got me.
Someone needs a snowball in the
Dang him.
face.
He's in the room.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, you're on your own.
Unfortunately, I didn't account for the fact that I suck. So he killed me. Well.
Oh, wait, come back. Okay, I don't know why they did that. Didn't I literally just say Ravi is all alone in voice? Or did I not say that in voice?
Oh, I didn't hear that in voice chat.
Oh, okay.
In game at least.
In game.
I knew I was all alone. I was
There
just.
they are.
Yeah, no, I thought I said that in game, and then I called this person back because that dumbass just went in all
Why
alone.
would you call them a back? That's a weird thing to call somebody. Maybe they're a front.
He's so funny.
He's ulting. Okay, get in though. Stay in though.
Coming.
Oh, I froze it, man.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, I'm gonna need to get in ult. Okay.
I am ready to
Alright,
put on a show.
get him out. Did that one work?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it did.
Catch out.
Uh-oh.
Well, fishy, babe.
I was worried.
We don't understand.
A nice deep freeze.
Okay. Wow, I'm just gonna go jump off.
Whoa,
Wait, hold up, wait a minute.
Into the Discord.
Wow,
I
never mind. I was like, maybe.
You're right.
Ow.
12 out of 10
I just
funny.
didn't want to spam my Discord, so I'm gonna have like really shitty duos.
God, what the fuck? Guys, did you see that? Wait.
Nina sounds like she's seen a UFO or something.
No.
Guys, did you see that?
No, I'm talking to my chat. His shot just went around the corner.
When they see something that no one
I don't know if it's a delay or something.
Guys, what was that? Oh, it must have been the wind.
Hawkeye might actually be cheating, is what I mean.
He is definitely fucking us. That much is.
Yeah, but his shot went around the corner and hit me.
Oh, that's just the game. Like, no. I don't know. I mean, it could be cheating. It could also just be the game.
There's a magic bullet.
Thing long. Oh yeah, it could be magic bullet.
Oh my god, could you stop taking damage? I froze him. What?
Ow.
Oh my god, guys, this song so old.
I'm so ulting.
He's ulting.
Yeah, I'm out. See ya.
Did you kill him?
No, not even close. I did nothing. I
I'm
don't think
so
I hit
dead.
him. Oh, he hits me though. Holy shit. My goodness.
I'm afraid you never.
That's right, yeah.
Wait, what the fuck?
Someone
You know what? I think you might
needs a
actually be cheating.
face.
Might actually. I am 51% sure.
51%. That's more than 50.
Exactly.
Nothing like the Tokyo
I'm like,
Right.
you know, maybe he's just lucky with that.
Lord Hawkeye.
No. Oh, I want some more.
I am ready to
I
put on
feel
a
bad for the
show.
Hawkeye. He probably gets
Yes,
used
boy.
in the game.
When you put it like that, it feels silly. But yes, that's how I feel.
What are you waiting for?
I'm
Wait, why are we not on the point? Why am I on the point alone?
Ow.
I'm dead.
Oh my god, I almost got out of it.
I'm gonna change.
Emma's low.
Hey, blue cookie.
Hi,
Okay, we're falling back.
Do you think that's what the people in Avatar call each other when they want to like flirt? They call each other blue cookie.
I'm fine, don't mind me.
Blue cookie.
Or did they call each other like blue waffle or something?
No.
Oh, you had a cute joke and then you didn't.
The joke wasn't done. Mr. President, a second punchline has hit the town. Oh, sorry, that was the first one. My bad.
Where was that coming from?
I told you, he might actually be cheating. Wait, no, actually.
He doesn't shoot me. It's like he knows I want to see it, so he stops.
Actually, I just realized he can charge for my thing. So,
right.
I'm gonna change just a different hero.
Light doesn't
So you are the problem.
No, I'm not the
darkness
fucking problem.
and face it.
The problem is that this guy is actually cheating.
Feeling fantastic.
But if I can reduce
Wait, he's writing in chat now.
that you killed him.
Oh, I didn't kill him.
You did.
Did I kill him?
Wait, yeah.
Oh, I
It's a
killed
random
him?
nut,
Oh,
I guess.
didn't notice. Okay. I didn't notice.
What are you waiting for? What are you waiting
Us against the world. Us against the world.
Stand the point. Hey, they start 2 minutes left. I feel like this match has taken like 5 minutes already.
Wow.
Actually, probably has.
This guy has a steel of balls of steel. Ketchup, hi! Watching Ravels while vibing with please.
Watching Ravels.
Goddamn, peak.
My time to shine.
How you doing, Ketchup? How are you? You know, Ketchup plays Hunt. You were surprised when I played Hunt.
What rank is she?
What rank are you, Ketchup?
You owe me one.
I've actually never played with chat Hunt. I mean, you guys, yeah. I mean,
Pulse charge, fire.
You guys would hate me anyways. Just saying. You guys will be like sitting there. See, he fucking got shot in the head.
I definitely don't play it with you for your skills.
Wow, you play it for my friendship.
I was gonna say personality, but I guess that's not the same thing.
Wow.
That's much better.
Wow, I just like sat there like a... Get his ass!
I'm 98, I'm 98.
I got you! Yeah! I'm on this woman, this child. No, they're not children.
All guys down?
You don't know that.
They're old women. I'm not old. Get in my gun!
I'm trying.
I don't... Try harder.
I literally kept you up, okay? I think it would also be nice, you know.
What? You're just doing your job. Shut up.
Oh my god.
I'm kidding.
There it is. Chat. Somebody.
I say thank you all the time, and when I do,
You have massive acid. You know what? You're right.
That's because you don't care.
Guys.
What do you mean I don't care? I don't care.
Please! Concentrate in the damn game, it's over 9! Please!
Shut up! I'm busy gaslighting Nova. I'm busy gaslighting women here.
Oh my god, it's you, because you're a man.
No, it's your fault. There's no such thing as gaslighting.
Bloody man. Bloody man.
Real.
Oh my god.
Gaslighting's not real, you're crazy.
See, no.
We weren't locked in, we weren't a team there.
Guys.
Yeah.
Oh my god. We could have won that. But you guys, your head was in your ass.
Wait a minute,
Your head was in your ass, guys.
You lumped me in with Ravi?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear.
I'm not a tank player. Okay.
I tear through the cloudless
Oh wait, hold up. Should I go? What should I go?
Wait, actually, I'm actually Cloak and Dagger for offense. I like the old
That is the real question.
You like it?
I can't tell if I don't understand sarcasm or Frank.
I tear through the cloud. Camouflage is stupid. I want the enemy to see me.
I can't tell.
Move on.
I can't wait till my pals get
you're special.
I know that.
That means you don't understand it.
Well, I know. I know.
Yeah, you never found my jokes funny.
I do. That's why I'm here.
Oh shit, you do?
This ain't about
you
you, dog.
Are you stroking my
This ain't
ego?
about you. Right now, I get attention. You go get attention.
What?
Don't know.
I want attention.
Almost didn't make it again.
Is suffering.
A gift from Khonshu.
For once, I'm vulnerable.
Hello, I am here.
Where's the Hanzo?
I still need you.
He's main.
shit.
By the way.
Oh man. Okay, I've got my ult, but I don't. Okay, wait for. I'm gonna wait for our tank.
Wait, did we go in?
No, we go. Our tank is dead.
Oh.
Okay, we gotta pick.
Wait, no, he's not. He's there up front.
Thanks.
Wait, we have two tanks.
Yeah, we got
Oh,
both
wait.
in, yeah. They're both
Wait.
up front.
What was I looking at then?
I was being a hypocrite. I was asking if we should go in.
Guys, go right now!
Wait, did you see that?
Going.
Hawkeye just killed me through my ult.
I mean, yeah, he can do that.
What?
He just...
Wait.
He can just
He
shoot you,
can
right?
shoot you. He
But
can.
You just take like extreme damage reduction, but if you one tap...
Yeah, he can headshot you. I was surprised when that happened to me. And I was so sad.
It really is not a good look for him, at the very least. So...
At the very least, what?
Well, because Nina's been saying he's cheating this whole game.
Oh no, he's
and
definitely
like,
cheating.
At the very least, he seems to be smurfing. You know, if he's not cheating. So, I mean, just report him anyway.
That feels better.
Oh no.
When you pause, I see. Okay.
Wow.
A gift from Khonshu.
Wow.
Bring on the chaos.
Come on, baby.
Somebody's up left, or am I just hearing shit? I'm not checking.
A gift from Khonshu.
Wait, who the fuck is here?
Yeah,
Oh, it's this guy.
That feels better.
He's low.
Ow,
Thank you
okay,
very
bye.
much.
Hello, can I get a revive?
The moon.
Wow. Wow, just get my ass cooked, huh?
Needed that boost. My cosmic might.
Only 60 seconds left.
The moon.
Double KO.
Back again? Great.
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
Tippy Toe spotted bad guy. My friends are here.
Oh shit, wait, I'm in the wrong place.
Got one. We can push in. Okay, that was a bit early, but let's go.
Ready to put on a show.
Woo! I never miss.
It's alright. It still
Come on,
reaches,
you
I
got
guess.
My favorite.
Adam, alone, right side.
Thank you very much.
God damn it.
The moon haunts
Kill woman. Nice.
Oh, how the fuck did he? Oh my gosh.
gone.
He's really trying to get you.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my god, thanks so. It's like 7 foot wide. Why can't I
Are
hit
you
it?
kidding me right now?
No.
Reality isn't gonna
Oh,
save
I fumbled.
itself.
I said that too early.
roll.
The vehicle reached
Oh
the
well,
checkpoint.
whatever.
Keep up.
I'll stay in the car here.
Okay. Look, 41 limbs. Okay, I know all tanks are special, but come on.
I mean, I don't think his stats indicate he's cheating, just that, you know.
Wow,
it's
okay,
Hawkeye.
never,
If you have a
okay, never mind, our team is special. Guy literally walked off the map.
Yes.
It was an accident, but I saw it.
Hey, Katie! Enjoy
You didn't get the hands on.
Oh, I wasn't aiming for him. I don't know why he is. When are we gonna play Overwatch again?
Wow, you don't you dare! Don't you dare, buddy!
Yeah, I'm not gonna play that garbage.
Wow, because I said earlier, oh, you want to play Overwatch? Hey, I just said that for the love, but he was like,
no. I always say no because I hate that game.
I'm being beaten by a woman, please.
Yeah,
Oh my god, she tried to kick me off.
The squirrels get the wall right. That feels better.
Took me a while to realize that was even hurt. You live along the back?
Wow,
Oh,
this guy.
Look at that. They got a moon there. Oh, like I can speak. Would you look at that?
I died, but I'm alive! Oh, Moon Knight behind. That's what he meant. Ow.
Rise and
I didn't know what he said, honestly. I just heard him say something.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I'll patch you up.
Lady. No, I want to get women.
Oh, I've got more kills than their whole guy. He ain't shit.
Love battlefield medicine.
On
your toes. Here they come.
Roll it away. Get it out. I forgot that I have this ability.
Rise and fall.
Get it out.
My favorite part.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
I'll bleed it out.
Hey, Titi!
Alright,
Oh my god, I am fucking nasty. I'm fucking nasty.
Take a shower then.
No, I meant like I'm a gamer.
I know. I am aware.
Us against the world.
Nope.
The squirrels get the win? Really? The wins are
La
gone.
la 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 la.
Oh look, he's the supposed cheater.
Oh shit! Oh no no no!
Hey guys, I can do it. We did it! We did it, guys. Don't worry.
Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that.
La 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 la.
Oh, we all saw.
Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that.
This guy had a call to say the question why I fucking sold him when he's not the best player in the lobby.
Oh my god.
The right hero.
Best player in the lobby.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
He's been getting crazy headshots.
Nah, he's poo-poo.
Oh my god.
The moon haunted. Am I tripping? Oh, why does Moon Knight sound like Solid Snake? Dude, I said he sounds like Duke Nukem.
He does, kind of.
He does.
I'm just making the Hawkeye unsafe speed.
That's okay.
Round 3.
Or you can call me Mark. Or Steven.
Oh, I'm glad he's doing that.
Yeah. La 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 la. Duke Nukem. Wait, you don't know Duke Nukem?
30 seconds. Stay strong.
I don't know what his actual name is, but Duke Nukem.
Isn't that his name? I thought that was his name.
Wait, is that his actual name?
I always just called him.
I just called him Duke Nukem.
Being able to understand
Oh, there's this Duke Nukem game, guys. I don't know if it was N64 or PS, you know.
N64? How old?
I was gonna say, I don't remember.
I'm
that
very
name.
old.
I don't know this name.
2.
I'm just trying to make everyone in your chat feel like
Only 60 seconds left.
Like I've absolutely had an N64, but I'm just acting like it so everyone therefore knowing what that is.
You didn't know what Atari is.
Yes, I know
Robbie,
what an
I will
Atari
say
is.
that, like, whatever you did to your Discord audio settings, it did help, but you are now cutting out sometimes when you get too loud.
Oh, so when I get loud, it cuts out?
Yeah,
No,
just don't give woman voice, you know.
Maybe it is.
30 seconds.
So it's not when I'm loud, it's when I'm high pitched.
Just don't be a woman, sir.
I don't know. I guess I'll have to figure that out as well.
Yeah, you're cutting out sometimes. I can't decide. I can't figure out when, but
Okay,
like sometimes.
okay, well, I'm gonna scream. You tell me to cut.
Okay, no,
Yeah,
don't worry.
Okay, it's when you're too quiet. It's when
Guys.
you're too quiet.
Nova!
Good to know.
Where are you? What's wrong? What's wrong?
Nova's so young. Nova, do you know what an Atari is?
I know of it because I did a video game history project. That probably made a lot of people feel really old, but I don't think I ever played one.
I don't think I did. My squad went off the map.
Fuck! I had my ultimate. but I guess everyone's dead.
Oh fuck!
What
Wait.
the fuck? Wait! Wait!
Okay.
Someone scratch my back.
All right, that feels better.
Okay, we just gotta get them off
Guys,
once.
I am each wobble.
That's
What happened to her squirrels?
Okay, wow, we actually dead. Hey. Alright, just wait for your ult. Don't use it yet.
Back where I started.
Yeah, I'm waiting till the siege deck.
Yeah. Hopefully someone else will get there. Oh, wait, Venom ulted. I mean, his is okay, I suppose.
Alright, is everyone here?
Your powers are mine!
Against the world!
Yeah, you missed it.
As soon as this all is over, I'm gonna pop mine.
Yeah. Okay. Be fading now.
Yep.
Oh no!
I got it.
Yeah, no, I got him.
It started hurting. I'm sorry, guys. Literally, that's like my.
Oh my god!
Maybe-
Okay. Nasty! I was saying mine.
Well played.
The stun.
I need you to look at my damage after this game.
What's your damage?
I'm not telling you, just look at it after the game.
Is it 3-digit number?
No,
I tear
three.
the
Yeah, I have 200 damage
You'll need a
total.
top-notch team to
Really?
win this one.
No, I don't have 200 damage.
Okay. Fornication.
Ravi has 420.
Ravi has 420.
damage, yeah.
420 blazing. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm the fist of Khonshu.
I'm the feast of Khonshu. I'm the feast of Khonshu. I'm the feast of Khonshu. I'm the feast of Khonshu. I'm the feast of
I'm
Khonshu.
fisting a conch.
Oh. Can I look at
30
your
seconds
ass?
before you attack.
Yeah.
Get
Oh,
ready.
yeah. You stay there. Oh, nice. Thanks. Thanks. Thanks for the view. You know what? It looks like a heart. Guys, do you see the heart? Do you guys see it? Do you guys see it? Damn. You know what that means? It's a message. It means a love heart. Love butt. Fuck.
4, 3, 2.
Nino, double your dosage, please.
I'm on the highest dose, dude.
There's no such thing as a highest dosage. Take two.
I think that she should get a doctor to confirm before she goes anything with her meds.
The doctor don't know what he's talking about. Listen to me. I would know I'm high as shit right now. I know what I'm talking about.
Are you actually?
No, I'm not high. What are you talking about?
I don't know you!
No,
Yeah, we got
every single joke I make, you take seriously, and when I'm being serious, you presume I mean something else.
I'm so dumb, Rob. You don't
Whatever you think I'm saying, just presume it's the. I'm being sarcastic. I am not high on some random ass Sunday.
Oh, there's a squirrel girl behind. Wait.
Oh, is that what it is?
There's a
that what
squirrel
I'm
by the
looking
truck.
for?
Take this kill me.
Oh, I found
there
her.
is. Oh shit, you're right.
She's one.
She's down. There you go. I thought you were just talking about me.
It's gonna save itself. Let's roll.
Oh my god, I'm scared. Oh, why didn't I've never used my C ability. That's what a hair person would say.
Oh, I did doing cloak and dagger, so you could have that.
Yeah, I know. I'm an idiot.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Down to 30 seconds.
I'm afraid.
A gift from Khonshu. Time is running out.
Help.
Yo.
All right, that feels better.
We got a touch point here.
Still have time. Can you get that squirrel girl up there? Oh wait, I should have better. I should have better shot at her. My bad.
She jumped down. I can't get him right now.
Us against the world.
Rise and fall.
Oh, he mad, bro. He mad.
Yeah, he is, and he's
He's
not a
trying
cheater.
to kill me, bro. Yeah, it is.
Okay, well what?
I don't know if he is cheating though. Like,
He is.
Swirl? When you're cheating, it's kind of a
I'm
weird
gonna die.
choice. I
I'm
feel
gonna
like
die.
He did just like completely miss me though, and hit me anyway, but that just feels like how the game works.
Final score.
Oh, well.
3, 2, 4.
Damn. Let me quickly check. I'ma watch it.
Well, you can't expect
California.
Look at my damage, look at my gimmick.
Holy shit. Bruh.
I did something.
Yo, look, I have 40k. I played support.
Once again, my turn to get attention.
Wait a second.
Okay.
Wait, guys. I'm at -30 out of 100. It still shows plat 3, but there's absolutely nothing on this bar.
What?
There is. We're gonna win the next one. I swear we will. I swear it. But let me quickly check this guy.
Empty.
I gotta check this guy though. Give me a sec, guys.
Let me check his profile. I mean, report him anyway, because he's definitely smurfing if he's not cheating. Oh, and yeah, okay, his profile's private, so you know.
He's definitely cheating.
Was he the MVP of the other team?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna report him for smurfing.
He's just standing there now.
Sure if he's cheating.
Or not though.
Ice Arrow unleashed.
I want to see, especially the part that I died. That was so sad.
Oh yeah, wait, actually, let me just look at his stream.
I haven't found it.
Disappear!
Can't dodge this one. It knows where you've been.
Wait, I thought you get to be invisible. Mother.
I got the Hella skin.
You got the Hella skin?
Nice. I just got the Hella skin.
I mean, this part doesn't look like. Wait, hold on.
No, nothing looks
Nothing looks suspicious here.
Needed that boost.
But he did pause for a second before.
Chilling accuracy.
Yeah, also he did like when I peeked the high ground, he did free fire.
Bro, look at this. Look how sad this is. Did you see that? Did you see that?
What? Holy fuck, he missed by like 6 miles.
That's what I mean. And I fucking died.
I mean, at that point, again, I don't know.
Bro, look at that.
Go third person.
Hold up.
Like when he shoots, so we can see where the arrow hits.
How do I? Oh fuck. Toggle.
Like
is it Z?
N or something?
C? Oh, C.
See?
Yeah. How do I turn it?
Middle mouse button, hold it down.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, hold up. I'm gonna hold it like this.
Yeah, just go over there. So you can see it from when he hits you, and then pause it right as he hits you.
Nah, hold up.
I like how, notice how the part where it like hits you is a spot you've never been in.
We did have some nice underboob with this MVP, but we'll still go with this one.
Oh, stupid! It's stupid!
I mean, he definitely shouldn't have killed you there, whether that's cheating or the game being dog shit.
Wait, I'm gonna pause it.
Definitely.
Alright, here we
No,
go.
go above. Like, look down on it.
I like that they're doing something productive and I'm just like simping
Yeah,
over
right there.
here.
That's perfect. That's perfect.
Okay, hold up.
Nope, you started it again.
I know, it was an accident. Oh, do I have to? Okay, here we go.
Slow it down further.
I don't even have AG. Gotta get good. Listen, I'm very motivated by Smexy outfits on characters, okay? If I have a cute outfit, I'm gonna play the freak out.
Target demographic.
Look! Ow!
Wait, your stream hasn't caught up yet. Hold up.
The fuck, brother?
Let me see. You gonna go to? Okay.
That is so bloody upsetting. Guys, I wasn't even there.
I mean, yeah. I mean, again, just report him. Whatever it is, he's definitely doing something.
Yeah, I know. Bless. Thank you. Look. And then there's other shots that, like, he fucking got crazy shots. Where is it? Look. Let's see. Let's go here, for example. Let's see.
Oh, well.
Oh yeah. What's number? Wait. Can you spawn in faster, please? Oh wait, that's not him. Wrong number. There we go. Wait, there we go.
Just what the doctor ordered.
And then he missed somehow. But then he hits.
Was that my arrow?
Buying skins in video games?
Literally, it's a business expense, number one. And number two, this one is in-game currency. This is in-game currency I already got. Just, it's the accessories. It's the accessories.
Alright, you guys ready to continue?
For now. Yeah, we're ready.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure we're all just waiting for you.
This is pretty cute.
Wait, no. His arrows never bounce. There's no ability. There's nothing. That makes
They're
sense.
talking about. No. They're talking
Booty
about
bounce.
this accessory on Psylocke. It bounces on the booty.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
That's
see.
what they're talking about.
You know what else bounces on her booty?
Ravi, we're on stream.
I was gonna make like an anti. Okay. You're supposed to play along.
Wait, what? I'm the rabbi that's clutching the bottle-fed puppy. What does that even mean?
What are you saying?
What did you just read?
Where are you reading this?
I'm just listening to music.
Oh, the song is called "I Hope You Die."
Do you think you want to be today?
That makes
That's
sense.
the name of the song you're listening to.
Wait,
Makes
this
sense.
is not the vibe that I want.
We are Cloak and Dagger.
Burp for a second.
hope and
Gonna brush my teeth. Wait, you forgot your noodles.
Now, who
No,
am I
that
gonna
didn't
bang
make
When
for
right
this match?
if I bulk. No, Panther.
Wait, what is that guy saying?
Like if he gets Hulk, then he says it's 91% win rate.
Okay, I don't care what his win rate is. If he's still in this ring, then he can't be that good, isn't it?
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch. Nudes, no stock. Oh no.
You have the greatest name more in this elo. No, if you have a 9%.
Who else
off.
were you banning? Guys, focus. Okay, I don't.
I'm focused, just not on the game. Spider-Man? Iron Man? Men? Any men? Any men? Any men
Ain't
here?
gonna turn around.
Hello?
Us supports. Hello?
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Well, most people
mean-
don't turn around.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, if you want some,
Ban Squirgle.
don't do that.
If they have Loki, we're fucked.
Okay.
We
Then
just
we'll
go Moon
switch
Knight.
to something that counters it.
We'll just go Moon Knight or something like that to counter him.
There's always
Like,
you can just say, if
I
they have
literally-
something, we are fucked. No matter what comp we have,
30
something to
seconds before
fuck.
you attack. Get ready.
Like, literally, we can just go Moon Knight. Like, I had so much damage despite playing a support in first round.
Namor.
Wait, Ravi
As
and
you
Ninu,
are
I have a
well
question for
aware.
you.
Yeah.
Perhaps the two of us
How big is your pee-pee, Ninu? Okay, sorry.
No, you're gonna embarrass
My
me. with
question,
that.
my question is, what character in Marvel Rivals would you say is the equivalent of a Magikarp that only knows Splash?
2,
What?
1.
Yeah.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
No, just
Got
because
it?
he's a fish.
Let's make
Black
this
Panther,
quick.
because all he does is
Got
spam the
vampires,
same
Tom.
ability. He just
But
dashes.
he can still
all
kill
over.
you.
Wait, you said Magikarp.
Yeah, but you said
Yeah,
Magikarp only knows Splash. The whole thing is that Magikarp can only thing, and it's Splash.
My time to shine.
Black Panther, same thing. Also, in some iterations of Pokemon, Magikarp.
Okay, you
Wait,
cut out
just
there. You
cut
cut
out
out
right
there.
God damn it!
Yeah, you got out your threshold.
Just presume I said something really smart.
Okay, he's low. You get the low key.
No, he.
Well, he wasn't anymore. Wow.
Fight on point.
I'm on the Luna. I'm gonna die. Oh wait, that's not Luna. Wait, why does she look the same? Oh, mama. Wow. Mama, please.
Help! Ow. I fell over.
No. He's right. Black Panther. You can close your eyes and use your toes.
Exactly. I'm just saying. Well.
Okay, can you play? Wait. Wow. All
Can you
those
listen to
people in
the
enemy
band?
team has like. Okay, can you do Moon Knight?
Oh, Lord. I don't know how to play Moon Knight.
Okay, let me play Moon Knight then.
Can I play Moon Knight? Hold your
Oh
team up.
wait.
Wait, actually, wait. We have the perfect comp with Moon Knight here, because we can all work together.
Yeah, we don't have Moon Knight yet. I'm going Moon Knight because
Khonshu has
I am.
guided me this far.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
I trust him.
Oh, I thought you meant you wanted Cloak for the C ability that I never use.
Oh, sorry, I thought Nova was playing Club.
I can stop.
But it was you who was playing Club.
Hard heals too, hard blade too. If you have something to say, say it in the voice.
Again!
I'm using Ravi tactic, guys.
Yeah, that's okay, you can do that.
Also, I'm not sure if they're like a 5 stack, because they're like that. Yeah.
I don't know.
Or maybe they're... Eh.
Oh, somebody stole cloak before I could have it.
Alright.
It's okay.
That's fine as long as we have it.
Much obliged.
Right. It's definitely our team comp and our bands that cost. Don't worry, since you didn't ban the right characters, you had to.
Wait. Oh fuck.
Are we going in or?
Well, we are being ulted, so.
Yeah, I was gonna go behind, but I'll.
Yeah, we're not going in there.
We might want to get a portal. We didn't ban strange. I'll touch you my second.
I have my ult. Do you have? Can you change to strange? Yeah, we have a strange.
Anyone willing to help?
I'm touching.
A gift from Kashu.
Okay, I'm keeping the strange safe. If we can get there. Wait, what the fuck is this?
No! What did he do?
What is this?
I don't know. I ulted on quick.
That's good. That's something.
I think I got my healing ult in there.
You gotta go
Oh,
if
dude.
you can.
Wait,
I literally can't.
Holy shit! That is how.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I got through and
I
died
say
immediately.
it's Captain America because all they do is jump and not do anything. You know what? You're right.
Cap is also a good option for that. That's
I'm
and
gonna
he does
change.
do the whole like just doing no damage whatsoever.
I tear through the
I'm
clouds.
just gonna
Like
eat
it's
now.
a shame because Cap is so fun to play, but his damage is just
and
non-existent.
she has the powers of
might be
just
the worst
a
name
regular
I've seen.
squirrel. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. So, you're part vampire, right? Can you control the minds of rodents too?
Nah, that's more of a Dracula thing.
Woo! Because when that happened in Central Park, it was terrifying.
I misspelled paralyzed.
No worries,
Everything
girl.
is over.
Your
Everything is over. Life is boring now. Life is shit.
3,
I
Wait.
misspelled the word.
1.
Yeah, I'm so embarrassed by you. I can't. I'm embarrassed, Ravi.
I know.
Yo, I'm the one with the spelling mistakes, and you fucked up that hard.
It's too late. Yeah, I missed this one letter. One letter.
I know.
I am aware. I am useless. I know.
What's wrong with you, Ravi? What happened, huh?
No, I've fallen off. I'm too old for this.
Wow. Says he's old.
Oh,
The
our neighbor
fetus.
switched. He switched to Moonlight.
Oh my god.
He's it?
I'm ready to put on a show.
Oh god.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
Oh fuck that. Okay.
I'm out.
Alright, yeah, we gotta get up. Oh fuck that. Never mind, we're dying.
How the fuck is she hitting me?
We're dying. Wow. By the way, shit, I think these guys are 5 stack. This is like.
Oh no. It's
We
not the darkness.
can't
We're also just not playing
Like
thrower like usual.
we don't have a thrower. Are we? We actually might all either be legitly shit, or they're a 5 stack and they coordinate some like really well.
You say that, but like, look at me. I just ran in alone and ulted and died.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
It's just us who are not
communicate that. You did not communicate you were gonna do that.
No, but
No.
this is exactly
The problem
what I'm
is that
talking about.
he.
I said I ran in alone. I said I fucked up. I what? That's what I'm fucking saying. Like,
Guys, Robbie's so done with me.
yeah,
Okay. Oh, the sports, the tanks are low as well. There you go. Okay, let's go.
Robbie, these noises you're making, I'm uncomfortable.
why are you uncomfortable?
No! Wait, where's my fucking stun gone?
He did.
Yeah, I know. Oh my god, I can't get this. Why is she so small?
Kill him. Why is she so small?
That's what you say about your PP.
What?
Oh,
No.
okay, never mind.
We went for 2 different jokes, I guess. No,
Oh yeah. Oh, wow, Johnny Shine.
Look who's here?
Are you guys winning?
Oh,
yes,
Bounding back into action.
Wait, like the body. Like the body.
Oh no.
Like the party. Are you gonna play Mobile Wipe with me, Dad?
Coming and everybody's jumping.
She's not. Wow, what the fuck?
I literally don't exist.
Oh, the venison has arrived is a wild statement for the dear friend.
Excuse me, who was that?
Oh, the venison.
Okay, if I had to guess who that statement is from,
I was hurting for
I would say either Lampy or Cookie.
It was Cookie.
Oh my god.
Table's very quiet. Oh, not in my channel, but no.
What a difference.
He's doing ASMR.
You want me to be closer?
No, I'm good.
Whoever this Wolverine is throwing, by the way, now. They're throwing.
Oh, that's the guy.
That's the guy. That's the name war.
Okay, well, I'm telling us he's throwing. Just try to keep the tank alive.
We knew that.
Oh fuck. I can't even
I'm gonna
type
go
it.
down to gold. I'm gonna be gold 1.
It's okay, we can still play together, and that's what matters. Friendship.
Friendship. When I was on my phone, I looked like you guys.
What is he talking about? That is their Luna saying that. Okay.
It's a great MVP. Alright.
Oh, I have -1.
I'm -5.
And friendship comes with a gun. Hell yeah.
You've actually dropped 3 ranks today?
That's okay.
Oh, no, sorry, gold 1, not gold 3.
Fable? Okay. Can you give us some blessing? Can you give...
No.
The blessing has been cast.
No, not that one.
Wow.
Which one do you want then?
The one that helps us in the game, not the one that helps us in, you know, that.
There you go.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
you're welcome.
We got this next one.
Anyway, I was just about to say I gotta go.
You can't anymore.
Nope.
Sorry.
I guess I can't. Alright.
Yay! Ravi gets to play with us.
You don't even. You're always starving.
Yes.
Like my mom and I just talked today about.
Not the quiche again.
Not the quiche. I mean, okay, the quiche came up, but just because we were talking about like. My mom made like spaghetti with meatballs today, and there were like some left over, and we were like, well, that wouldn't have been enough for Jonas.
Oh my god, guys,
yeah, I would have made more.
Sorry. Sorry. I can't control my brain.
Fable, no doxing.
Sorry. By the way, you know that the name war that we had is in the enemy team. Let's ban his name war.
Oh,
You should ban name war.
Yes. Ban name war, guys. What's name war? Ban name war. Wait,
why is
I'm what the fuck? Wait. Ban Thor.
Alright, calm down. Oh, ban my Wolverine board. Like, this guy just needs everyone to what he.
Wow. Wow. Team is actually stupid.
Wow.
I just made a note for the
No, take it.
No, I'm not good at it, and I'm not throwing it back.
You don't need to be good at it. You just need to like just
we have to win. We have to win.
We will.
Okay, okay.
Oh, also, I just want to point out.
They have a name on one point.
Since, you know, nobody doesn't realize notice that I said thank you.
Oh,
I didn't hear it.
Wow.
I didn't notice. I'm sorry.
Wow, that's why my brain is so fucking weirded out, because you guys are... there we go. I have a name, like a head like this. You guys are so poopy. Oh my god.
Your mom does make a really tasty spaghetti though.
She does, especially the meatballs.
It's just a simple one, but it's so good. You know?
It is really good.
Is it homely?
Like, meatballs especially.
It's just like, you know, it's just like meat, tomato sauce, pasta, but it's just well made. Somebody's done right.
My grandpa's spaghetti bang
Wait,
even
there might be
more though, but then my mom said that.
Oh fuck, I missed.
I got him. There you go.
He's messed up! He messed up! He's messed up! Get the fucking strange! Get the... Oh my god, I can't believe it.
I killed the Moroccan guy.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Doo-doo dog water. I don't know what he was talking.
Yeah, he's shit! That's what I mean.
Yeah, he does play ranked.
I need help.
Backline yourself.
Hi guys. I fell to the ground and succumbed to pain.
Succumbed to gravity.
Was McFlare dip in the same game?
Oh,
Looked like a girlfriend that I had forever. Yes, attention. I got potential. Come to me and you'll see. Oh, okay, I don't know where you are.
What are all these noises? I'm on top of you. Heal me.
You're fine, you're fine. Okay, wow. Oh, you're dead, you're dead. I can't keep you alive, man.
I couldn't. I was messed up.
Stay on the point. Still got time on it. Just die on it, die on it.
Oh,
Or don't.
well.
Our tank is alive. Why is he ulting after we lose the point and then he dies? Gets killed.
Play Luna's looking respectfully.
He did everything he was told to do wrong and managed to find
catch up
that he wasn't even asked to do.
I'm back in the fight.
Catch up.
Oh yeah, on that note, can I have thing?
Alright.
Be your best self.
I don't know what he said.
Y'all cringe as fuck.
I suppose that helps.
Ah.
Oh.
Now it makes sense.
This is just who he is.
It's just his default state.
Okay, I'm gonna ult soon.
I'm dying.
Okay, getting my ult.
I'm killing the horde.
Oh my god.
You went too fast for me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I don't know why this guy. Oh my god. I can't go this out.
Nice, good cancel. Just beat him up,
Fuck, I can't do anything. Yeah. Okay. I'm dead. Why? What's going on? Like, what are we...
Ow.
I'm making a comeback.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I think maybe I'm not all there.
Well, I mean, one thing for certain, our Thor is... You gonna touch it?
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna touch it, man.
Nope, probably not. And then tried.
But it's so hard.
I'll patch you up. That is much better.
I thought we were gonna win against
Yeah, he's not. And this guy's gonna think it's because of him. Because of course he will.
You're doing well, Nino. Oh, okay, so you're being too kind. Oh yeah, I mean the only reason why I play Luna
Heroes make them sing.
is
Maybe I can do both.
before you attack. Get ready.
What you did back on Clintar was pretty
They did.
impressive, Blade.
I played my part.
They said it in the voice chat.
I still wish I could
Did
have
I?
held for good.
You said, yeah, you called out that Hulk was on your backline.
I don't think I called Hulk specifically. Somebody
No,
was in the back.
No, you said something about the backline needing help, and then I.
Starts in 5, 4, 3.
This guy's writing in the text chat saying that you guys need to call that out. Like, brother.
Read more damage to match the Scarlet Witch team up. Wait, no. Scarlet Witch shines because you guys are tanks. Okay. Both DPS are on the left side. Oh my god. Nice. We got this. Wow.
That hits me? I am so far away! Is gay. And not the homosexual kind.
Timely intervention.
But not in this context.
Words can have multiple meanings.
Okay.
Words have many meanings.
It's
Glow up.
twisted metal.
I don't see you yet.
I'm not.
Alright,
I'm ulting in.
Thanks so much.
What? Several people are closer to that than me.
Am I gonna spend time just...
Here, best son. I am ready to put on a show. I'll get you next time.
Get close to you.
That one hurts.
Hulk right side.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, I missed. Okay.
Right, okay. Can I get out of spawn without dying?
I unleash the
No, but it's okay if I play ult one.
Yeah, go for it.
Alright, I'm gonna put this on the tank. Where's our tanks? Where are our tanks?
We just have a Thor now.
Oh, he switched to group. Alright. Somebody shot right.
Candy, watch out.
You gotta go in.
We're struggling with the fuck.
Okay.
When
I'm
It's not.
I'm gonna go touch.
Well, you're alone.
Yeah, I know,
You know,
but I touched it.
dead.
You touched it last.
I cannot make it to that. Right.
Guys, I hate to point this out, but have we won a game today?
Yes, one.
Because I looked at it earlier when you were doing your coffee. It was really bad,
And we
though.
haven't won since.
But the good thing is that we are together, and now that I dropped, the game should be easier.
Well, you say now that you dropped. We've been dropping them.
I'm on plat 2 now, so
Oh, lovely.
yeah.
Okay,
So
well, a couple things.
yes, you have to go.
You know.
Yes, I know that. But before I go, just so we
No,
remember...
he's gonna yell at us.
No, see, this is your problem!
He's yelling!
He's getting upset!
Literally
He's
the only
gonna get mad!
only thing I have ever yelled at you.
He's biking what?
Yes,
It's funny to rage bait Ravi, absolutely.
I was going to give constructive criticism to all of us.
I told you he was gonna yell at us.
Our constructive criticism, make sure you take your meds on time.
Motherfucker, my meds have kicked in 3 hours ago.
Mine, I don't know what's going on.
So this is you at your best?
I'm crying. Yeah, I know. I'm already crying, and he's about to criticize me, bro.
Okay, go on. Ravi, the floor is yours.
I wasn't even gonna criticize you.
You literally said a little criticism. You literally said that. You literally said it.
You know. I'm not going to give you my of us as a collective group.
Oh.
I'm not giving them to you, so you guys can continue to suffer while I go find God. Bye.
Oh,
you gonna find God?
Oh, he's already gone.
He's finding God?
I know how you guys could win more.
That never happened. How?
How?
Stop playing ranked.
Oh, okay. We will stop playing ranked if you're playing with us. Sorry, Nova.
I mean,
oh yeah, I'm fine with it.
If you rather want to play ranked, that's fine though.
No, we want to play with you.
No, we've been losing. You come.
We want to play with you, Fable. We want to play with you. Do you want us to keep losing?
I don't want you guys to keep losing.
And then that means you're gonna conclude it.
Fable, if you come and join us in quick play, then I can use my new Hella skin that you said that I was going to spend money on, and then I did.
Oh my god.
I just got it today. I unlocked it.
Fable, come. Everybody saying, come, Fable.
Alright, I guess if the people want me.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yes, he's doing it, guys.
They don't have a choice because I'm doing it for you boys.
Okay, I'm gonna go wee whilst Fable gets ready.
Alright. I literally just opened my art program.
It's fine. It's fine. Alright, sorry, chat. I was checking my battery, so my face went all blue. But my phone is still at a good... it's so nice. This new phone stand charger thing is so nice.
Aw, look at you.
I know, Fable, it's so fancy. It is magnetic to hold my iPhone, and it's hooked up to a supercharger, so it doesn't die faster than it gets charged now. And
oh my god!
And it has this blue LED light that automatically senses how hot it is, and it doesn't overheat because it has a fan.
Oh my god! Look at you.
Oh, and it's Frankerzoid's birthday. Unrelated.
Isn't his birthday on the 25th? Oh wait, you're in the future, right, Frankerzoid?
He is in the future.
You're in the future. Happy birthday, Frankerzoid!
Happy birthday! We already sang to him.
Happy birthday to you. Okay, then I don't have to.
No. I'm sure that he would want you to sing for him the mostest.
Happy birthday, Frankerzoid.
To you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Frankerzoid. Happy birthday to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, this counts as Fable's singing redeem from that one subathon years ago.
Right? Yeah, I think so too. Okay, if you guys tell me that was my actual singing, I'm actually gonna fucking...
That's it. That was it. And there we go. You're done. You never have to do the redeem again. If anyone ever is mean to you about what about that one redeem, you can be like, I sang.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
I did. It was, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Ketchup. I said it. Hey. Oh man. Wait, I should probably open my game.
You haven't.
Okay.
Wait, you haven't opened the game.
Don't worry. Don't worry, Fable, because I have D&D in 10 minutes, so I can only do one quick play game with you.
What?
All right.
I forgot it was Sunday.
Nino, I was singing Happy Birthday to Frankerzoid. I was distracted.
She's saying it was beautiful.
I have wireless headset.
Did you also think it was beautiful?
Let's go. I hope you sing more.
Happy birthday, Frankerzoid.
He's doing what I didn't want you spending more money. I literally said why I did not want you to spend more money.
Fable, can you tell Frank to make sure he takes care of himself?
Frankerzoid, are you not taking care of yourself? Is that what I'm hearing here? What the fuck? Take care of yourself.
You're in the future. What days of it?
No, Frankerzoid, you should take care of yourself. You should get yourself a
let him buy me something.
Frankerzoid, stop bitching and complaining. Your birthday, you should be happy.
Excuse me, this is his cousin, Elvin Presley.
Yeah, please put some respect on my name.
Seriously.
Wait, how does Marilyn Monroe do it?
I'm actually not sure.
Solitary.
I'm in the game. I'm in the game.
I'm getting it.
I'm not sure if I could do that impression, partially because that would probably do something for some people.
Me?
I do have things on my throne, guys. I'm just saying. They're not as expensive as the fan. I just didn't want you guys to spend that much.
Oh my god.
You'll need a
Guys, could you get me like
top-notch
those
team to
One
win
Piece
this one.
sweets?
Life energy is a powerful weapon against
Can you give me a 1p sweet, please? And let's only spend 1p on it. And then hopefully the delivery is 0. 1 piece.
That's
1p. 1p is like 1 cent or something. I don't know the value, but you know.
Escape pod ready.
I've learned now.
Yeah, like 1.
1 penis.
But like not even.
1p.
Well, 1p is 0.01.
Still destroy them. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I think you guys are killing my brain.
This was a good investment, chat. This was a great investment.
It's what I was built for.
I've now learned
Oh my
that
god,
whenever...
her booba has jiggle physics.
Wait,
even when you're just doing this emote.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's because she's laughing. Wait, watch when she laughs.
Oh my god.
Watch when she laughs, Nidu.
I'm watching.
Watch. You see?
Oh my god.
Starts in 5.
Whoa, they move side to side too.
Oh, shit.
Whoa. Damn. Damn, girl. 1 penis plus 1 card door is 1 slamith. You know what? I believe in that math. Wouldn't it be funny if I somehow like healed all the other people, but like not the right person that I've been targeting?
Sorry,
oh shit.
Oh, Psylocke behind.
Swipe videos, what I just didn't mean to interrupt you guys. I just, you know, shut that out.
Wait, are we allowed to see this?
Double KO. Let me help.
I'm just admiring
yeah.
character design and the attention to detail. I don't understand what you guys are questioning.
Oh,
when I tell...
Oh, chat, I want to show you guys something cool, but we're in the game. Wait, hold up.
When I tell people that they have good character design, what I mean is... yummy, yummy. And I think you mean too.
Yummy, yummy, yummy. Oh.
Let me help.
I hit her. I hit her. I did not.
Whatever. We've been playing ranked all day. I'm used to it, Lampy. Don't make fun of me.
Stop dying, guys.
Let me look like a tryhard.
Take a nap.
Okay. Guys, chat. Look at this. Look at this. Whilst I'm waiting for team. Look at this. You guys like it? Look at it. Isn't it so cute?
Some aid.
Meow.
Help is here.
I feel better already. Time to make
He was the
Oh
captain.
yeah, but Mantis emote is so cute.
Yeah, I'll show him the mode. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's so cute. Wait. This guy just shot me in the head. Wait, does he?
Mantis has returned.
I feel like everybody has aim locked today. They don't have aim locked and they keep shooting me. Only me. No one else.
No, don't worry, I'll
perfect.
My life energy flows stronger.
With perfect hit.
Oh, that was... I didn't mean to put my ink there.
I'm just bad, but...
Why would I need
Really, guys. You don't die, guys. Don't die. Oh wait, I'm mouse.
Unbeatable! I am ready to put on a show!
Oh man. Can Hella's ult go through a Luna ult?
You do a lot of damage. So, as long as you don't target the Luna, it's supposed to be.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
My anger is
Finally, I killed someone.
Hey
Oh,
guys!
this was my husband.
Yeah, you're so bad, Nova. That ass. Oh my god, thank you.
Oh. Oh fuck. I killed myself. Oh my god, this song, yeah.
Oh my god, no. Stop, you.
Aw, me.
Hag knockers. Wait, someone in our team is called Hag knockers?
It pleases me to be helpful.
Second chance is over.
Wait, why didn't I didn't get that?
Oh, Venom behind. Normally Venom from behind would be, yeah, I mean,
oh, here you go. Let's take him. Let's take him.
Alright. Oh, he's trying to leave. He's trying to run.
Oh, don't let him leave.
Run,
Don't let
run,
him.
run.
He's ours. He's
oh,
I
got him.
got him. Me. Guys, food. Oh, and me.
My life energy flows stronger.
Oh, how did I miss every single one?
This is natural anger.
Oh, cause he's hot. Oh my god.
Friends.
Guys. Oh, she's gonna ult.
Where the fuck?
Hey lady.
Oh shit.
Guys, I killed her. I killed her, guys. Guys, I killed her. I killed a woman. It was fun.
Good.
I am ready to put on a show. Let me help.
Oh no, wait, he wasn't dead. Okay,
Trio's back on.
Get there, guys.
That hell up, right? Nova hit something, bro. I'm gonna actually crash out. I'm gonna crash out harder than that one guy who came into our chat.
Wait, what? Oh.
What was that?
Wait, what?
So
there was a guy mad at Ravi, and they showed up in Nino's chat. Like, what? You're so rude, keyboard warrior. I don't know.
Wow! I can't believe you would use such a. Okay, we can go in.
It was only a matter of time until someone would show up in your stream.
No.
I mean, they were all up already, right?
Oh, hi.
Oh. Venom.
Oh god. No, let me kill. Oh, they're out of range. Damn it. That was my bad. I thought that more of them would be around here.
Wow, I thought you were gonna heal me. I walked right onto your face. Oh, if we didn't ban them, oh. Are we saying that Nova sabotaged their VIP privileges? Wait, guys, hold up. Next one's better. Yeah!
I saw Nova die right in front of me.
No!
Such darkness. The sooner we deliver this, the better.
Rise and fall.
Let's stay close to me. That's gonna moonlight. Yes. Yeah. It's like one of the like first like English songs that I heard back in the Netherlands. It's like in a movie.
The cosmos heals you.
Anyway, it's fun. Yeah, I was a small baby. I think it might have been Annie or something.
Barely harmed. Let me only 60 seconds left.
Dancing in the moonlight.
My life energy flows stronger.
I feel better already.
We are undefeated. I am ready to put on a show.
Never miss.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so dumb.
Oh my god.
Born again.
Oh my god, we're back, baby.
Let me
baby.
Oh my god.
30 seconds. You don't have to fight alone.
Oh, fuck me.
Stop! No, I stop it! In the moonlight, dancing in the moonlight.
Stand down.
Let me help. The final 10 seconds.
Oh my god.
Guess the world.
in the moon. This is it, Nova. You can do it, Nova.
I'm trying. Oh, I got him. I got the lady.
Keep going. Watch out for that.
Oh man.
Thank you very much.
What a small baby. Yes, guys. Once I was a small baby. Fable, this is your chance.
We met Ninu because Ninu was already friends with Fable. I heard them have a duo stream, and then I made the group chat that was like, I want to play with you guys too. It seems so fun on stream.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you did
so
that.
similar to me. So it was Fable and Ninu already knew each other, and that was because of Ravi. And
Yeah,
Ravi met her on Overwatch.
Yeah, and I met Fable on Sea of Thieves.
Exactly. That's
Yeah, we should definitely play it again.
Yeah,
so I can
really
fish,
should.
and then you guys could sing. I spend most of the time just fishing
and cooking.
Oh yeah, I cook the fish.
The only time that I have played Sea of Thieves, I just played music. I was like the ship bard, and I just went where they told me.
I had a cat, and I played with the cat. Nova, do you have D&D now?
Let me check in case they did. They were like, "Oh, we have to."
But did they cancel?
They wouldn't cancel it.
Oh, yeah, ketchup. Yeah, remember that game? It was Overwatch 1, by the way. I carried his ass.
On the D&D call yet?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Let me check.
Maybe they canceled? Isn't Bard in Sea of Thieves just emoting constantly? No, it's skills, Lambie. It's been too long since I played Sea of Thieves. Yeah.
Okay,
on Game Pass.
It's canceled on August 31st and September 14th, but we have it today.
That was not the answer we were looking for.
You could cancel and say Ninu needs me.
But they get so sad when I cancel.
Oh, okay. That's fair. That's fair.
But are you gonna keep streaming, Nino?
Yeah. Fable, are you gonna stream?
I mean, I'm probably gonna stream later, but I was probably gonna do like a hand cam stream.
Oh,
yes,
oh my god!
I want to see
god!
it. I'm gonna pull it up while I'm at D&D if you do it during D&D.
Yeah, make sure you add us, the girls. You know.
I will do that. I shall put my link into the server.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll wear gloves or not because I'm like very self-conscious about my hands, but
I like your hands. You've shown your hands on stream before.
I mean, yeah, it was weird. I'm a nail chewer and I don't like it.
I
want to
too.
paint
It's okay.
your nails.
I bite my nails too, Fable. We're anxious Gorlz.
We are.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna do some sewing. If I just want to maybe prepare the fabric first, cut it all out because I feel like that's not exactly thrilling to watch. But we'll see.
I think you should.
Oh my
still
god!
stream the cutting it out part.
Okay.
You should do grandma voice. You know, the one that we were gonna do for GTA.
Oh, I see.
And now we take this fabric and we put it over there.
Oh, your fabric is so wonderful. I remember when I used to look good in color.
I adore you all, chat. Thank you for hanging out with me. Happy birthday again, Frankozoid.
Happy birthday,
I'm gonna post more art on the art Twitter. So it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad art, okay?
Oh wow,
so
this
guys,
is so
don't judge
bad.
me.
Nova, before you go, what should I do though?
Australia just raided my stream with 15 viewers.
And thank you for the raid.
Everyone behave.
A moose.
A moose?
But like a sus moose, like a moose that's playing Among Us.
Like a moose? Or what if the moose is like raising one eyebrow and it's like smirking, like, like it knows that it's about to like
I thought this was the
everyone in
girls'
Among
chat.
Us.
Hold up. My bad. Moose. Moose. Sussy. Okay. Thank you. I will try and do that.
Yes, of course.
Oh, we're gonna miss you. When are you gonna?
I'm gonna miss you.
I'm gonna miss you guys.
Oh,
But you'll be good, right?
Of course, we're always good.
Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl?
I'm the girl. Goodbye, everybody.
Wait, oh, she didn't even say Amazon.
I got you nosy.
Say Amazon Prime though, just say.
Okay, oh, thank God. Oh. Okay, almost exploded there.
Are you down to play more, Fable?
I can play like, you know, like a couple more if you want to.
Yeah. Until you're tired. Until you have to go.
Yeah.
Until we win a game.
I'm probably gonna do some drawing before I stream because I really gotta do some drawing because I had a great idea for an artwork, but I want to make it before someone else makes it because otherwise people tell me I stole the idea.
Oh, do it.
I'm not sure how obvious it is, but I haven't seen it yet.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
2 years.
2 years? Oh my God. Nova.
The more dazzling the diamond.
Oh my God. Those thighs. Yeah.
Thank you, Lulu.
That's so many hands.
When mutants are in danger,
Thank you so much.
Queen answers.
Oh my God, you're so sweet. And we love you, but I love you more. You're adopted.
What?
You're adopted.
Okay,
You're adopted, Noah.
I adopted her because I wanted her.
Fable, look at my ass.
Oh wait, where are you?
We've done this.
Give me that money. Oh my God, she's
Venom
thanking me.
Seed. Wait, I am Venom Seed. What the fuck?
Yo, Venom Seed?
Yeah, this person's called Venom Seed. They want Venom to sit on them, but I need Venom to sit on me.
I'm going Nova.
Why is there flame coming out of you?
Oh, fucking hell.
Down extra protection, please.
How can I kill my own teammate?
Bro, that's real.
A gift from Conchu.
A gift from Conchu.
Sounds like someone's sneezing. Got you!
Or a dagger.
Tonight.
Why these red webs? Man, I will never be as funny as random people in Marvel Rivals.
Oh, I like the guy that joined the stream for that. That was sad, but I didn't want them to feel real bad.
But they didn't say anything bad though, right? Like
they were just so upset.
Okay.
They were so upset that they were doing bad, so they blamed us instead.
What were they saying? Were they like were they saying you cheated or what?
Oh no, they went out team and they were just saying to Ravi that he's bad for not getting kills, but he was actually worse. I didn't want to say it, but I didn't want them to make them feel like good night, catch up, sleep well, thank you for coming by. I really appreciate it. It's really cool seeing you around. I remember our Valheim days. I remember.
Oh, so Ketchup is an old veteran.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. And his time zone is crazy, so it's really cool that he dropped by.
Aww, how nice.
I'm a snake. Okay, I'm gonna.
Maybe I am gonna come up there too.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
I scared him, you know. I scared him. He was crying like a little baby, I'm sure.
We are
Someone, oh, no, there he is. Oh, he's probably really mad at me.
The vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I was fine, but thank you. Looks like I'll be.
Oh my God. Oh my baby. My baby.
My baby.
Come have. Oh.
Fear Magneto! Take me out on a date first, you scoundrel.
That's it, stop it.
That's it! Anything standing your way!
Didn't make it up there.
Oh, I died. It was lovely seeing a guy mold in chat as he jumped from the game to air. I know, that part is really crazy. Like, you took the effort to type in my username, even though... Can you imagine?
Yeah, I can't imagine being so heated over a game that I'm looking for someone's stream to, like, bitch in their text chat. Like, I don't know what they expected to happen.
Oh wait, I canceled my thing. I'm an idiot.
Judge. Jury. He slobbered on me.
Wait, maybe I should be mean to those people like that.
There's hellfire to pay.
I mean, if they're mean to you, you know. I mean, and you know, turn the other cheek and all that. But you know, at least make him mad while you do that.
I need some uninvited guests.
And this is your punishment, ma'am.
Did you even train for this?
Oh my god. There's two people from behind. Oh, Spidey's wet webs really wants my ass, I think.
He's low. Oh fuck. Yum. Oh, he's so low, Yellow. I hit him. I got him.
Stuck. That's someone.
Thank you.
Would you come on in, deal?
A fatal attraction.
Oh. You're not here. We winners.
We did so good.
You did so well. I was just busy looking at ass and boobs.
Oh, well, clearly it worked. It was a great motivation boost.
I know what it is. You want to go again, or do you have to?
I can do one more.
Yeah,
God,
people is so kind.
I just like spending time with my baby girl.
Fun here. Oh,
that is you. You're my baby girl.
Wait, you didn't? I heard a weird sound just there.
What?
Wait,
maybe that was just my voice.
Oh.
Maybe my voice is the weird sound.
No. There was a part that it just like the audio was like, was it game voice chat? Okay, it's probably that. Yeah, it's this person.
I want to try her.
Yeah. Doing.
I might change back to Moon Knight because I suck, but
Peace.
That's okay. It's okay. But Fable wants the new Venom skin. The long peepee one.
Is there a new one, or is it the one that looks like a bird?
The one that looks like a bird.
I still think the normal Venom is better.
Oh my god!
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Oh my god, look, Fable!
Hey, Tony.
Oh, you're so cute. Mommy?
Oh wait, let me look at what she can do. Hold up, I just realized I should probably check.
Hold F1.
Free flight.
Wait, guys! New episode of Kaiju number 8.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Oh my god, he made me tweet!
Queen, mother, perfection.
Oh my god. Wait.
All the trees be that's so cute.
Gotta keep mother alive! Mommy still alive!
Mommy, don't die. No, mommy. Write music for this.
Oh. No, I haven't watched it. Wait. Came out yesterday? Oh my god. I must watch it. I've only the only other anime that I'm currently watching is the Leviathan one with you guys. Here you go. Mommy?
Well, I'm not doing too bad considering it's like the second time I've played her.
Yeah. You get life steal, by the way. Oh my god, this guy won't let me.
He will clobber no more.
This is real firepower! Armed and dangerous! You belong to me! Crisis averted.
Hey, my life. Oh, yeah.
Phoenix! Pulse charge, fire!
My life energy grows stronger. I need assistance.
Oh, he's really hurting me. Oh no. You know what? Maybe I'll change to Moon Knight.
No, it's okay. Keep playing her. Remember, it's only quick play. Keep playing her. I demand it.
Okay. Oh shit. Oh, Venom's almost dead.
I'm so sorry, guys.
Oh, he's about to be more than just almost dead.
That put a spring in my step.
There he is. Oh my god. Oh my god.
You did that with an acorn?
I got nobody.
It's fine.
He's got me. He's got me by the toes. I mean, fins.
Yeah, same thing.
Only 60 seconds left.
Okay, Lambi, how good is it? How good is the next episode?
Dangerous!
Oh, again! Mommy! 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 Mommy!
30 seconds.
Mommy, she's trying to kill me, mommy. Mommy, no! Live, mother!
Final 10 seconds.
Live, mother!
This is real firepower!
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. I am Phoenix! You belong to me!
Mommy, they killed me, mother. You haven't watched it yet? Oh shit.
Ease down.
We got it. Mother! Mother!
Get that vehicle to its destination.
Mother?
Mother! I'm coming for you, mother!
Mama? Aw, they're nice in chat. What the fuck? My god, they're venom.
Oh! Before that! Oh, he's dead.
Man.
What hope do we have?
I'm stuck.
Just one chance.
Live!
One chance.
I kept you guys alive. I killed him. Mother! I did work, mother! Thank you for the storage. Oh gosh. Gotta keep mother alive. Oh, mother, I died. I swear, guys, I took my meds.
I believe you.
I took it early today, guys.
This is real firepower!
Only 60 seconds left. Get that vehicle moving again!
Mother, you got this, mother. Oh no.
Down to 30 seconds. You belong to me!
I got it! No!
I'm sorry.
Stay alive a little bit.
Final 10 seconds.
Oh, I died. Meta good. Yeah.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
The moon haunts you.
Look out for Moon Knight. I am Phoenix!
This is real firepower!
By the eye of Agamotto.
I died.
No, Nino. How could you do that?
I tried my bestie.
Well, you
Did we win?
No, we didn't, but we made friends. We made friends. We made friends. That's what matters. What did it even say? Oh, variable.
Yes.
That's so kind of you. I'm voting you. I am voting myself too.
Are you all voting me? Oh my god, we all are voting. Oh, they're all so kind. They're all so kind.
Okay, I vote everyone because they're being so kind. Did you have fun? You want to go again?
It
is entirely up to you.
One more game, but that's going to be my last one.
Okay. Okay.
Fire. Define.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
How dare you kill my baby? Aww.
This what let me see. Oh, it's domination. If I go.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Oh, this person going Groot. I'll go. Yeah, there'll be one more game after this one, Lord.
Sometimes we take stuff other. Who are you calling a
Life energy. People often mistake.
Yeah, Belle, this one will be my last game.
Fable, look at this. Look at this emote. Look at this.
Pausing in your war against all life.
Oh, what, are you crying?
Oh, no. Let me do it here, because of the lighting. Look at this.
I'll be ready. But for today,
okay, this works better.
Enemy.
See it? The cat.
Oh my god, yes. Oh,
I'm doing the cat thing. I'm doing the cat thing.
The battle starts in 5.
Oh yeah, I've seen people do that.
Yeah, I wanted to do it, but then I was like, I can't do it because I only have 2 hands, not 3 hands.
I could give you a hand.
Really?
Of course.
Will you decapitate a hand? Just for
me? I'm an NPC.
You are?
No, I'm not.
My anger is purged. My life energy flows stronger. Looks like the mission area is yours.
Oh, we're doing
I have 2 hands, you could. I don't need 2 hands to be picked up. I just need a pinky.
I want to see if you have cool like names in the lobby so I can tell someone they have a cool name.
They have a cool name. Meow. What I'm saying is I'm lying. Mister, you're gonna die, Mister.
Oh fuck, they're almost dead.
Timeline is better off with take a nap.
I'm scared, baby. Oh,
Oh, did you see how I dodged that?
I saw it.
Chet, clip that.
Jarvis, clip that.
Jarvis, how do I get a glass dildo out of my ass without it shattering?
No, don't clench.
Oh, I got so many people with so many, I mean 2.
Mantis has returned.
That's more than I usually get with my ult, to be fair.
Be swift.
You did well. I'm always proud of you.
Shake it up. Gary's almost yours. Control wall. Legends shall never fall. Ease down. I am ready to put on a show. I am impervious to damage.
Please do.
The god of thunder!
How about the god of lame? Come on, everyone on the floor.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Oh damn, I died.
What? I would wood if I could wood, but I'd rather use chaos with these nuts jokes.
I had terminal congestion.
We are undefeatable.
Mister, die to me, please.
Double kill.
I killed him.
Their team's capture progress has
Kill them all, Ninu.
Yes, ma'am.
My life energy flows stronger.
I got you, guys. No, the sad part is that they could have attacked me from the like way back. They didn't have to push me that far.
Disappear.
Oh.
Just in the nick of time.
Oh god. Oh, I'm so dead to this.
Behold the god of thunder!
Behold, God of Thunder.
I live to fight another day.
Oh my god.
This is real.
Oh my god, he's so low. Maha will go on. You open the door. Guys, why do people play better in quick play than in comp? Behold the giggle.
Circle of love. You'll have to keep fighting
Get
until
away.
Stand down.
Neko, by the way, you are the ultimate clipper. I help, sir. Again.
Went off.
Sorry, what went off?
Oof Sniper, I think was his name. Yeah, Oof Sniper 96.
Yeah, he did the again.
Hey,
I like
wow.
the again. Oh my god, you're doing well.
Thank you. Because I'm playing my goat.
Still destroy them.
Yeah, you're playing your goat.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to see cat?
30 seconds before you
Ninu's
attack.
the Uge. Uge.
Are you the Uge?
Oh my god.
Fighting for all these years.
Oh my god. Oh, okay.
I'm going to be
Happy how I am.
nice to all of them.
Starts in 5, 4, 3.
I'll kiss their eyeballs.
But can you lick mine?
To the mission area.
Just mine. No one else's. Oh my god.
We may have to allow
There we
one
go.
doom temporarily
Oh, thank you.
to defeat
Thank
the other.
you.
Oh, boys, it's all moisturized.
Is the shadow cut? Yeah. Oh, I also wanted to throw Ninu like that, but then I realized Ninu's already a cat, so I can't.
Hostile forces.
Chin up. Disappear. We are undefeatable. My anger is helping. We triumph together. Second mission area is ready to capture now.
Supernova!
No Supernova, no. Stop it, flamey boy.
I'm confident.
Nova is not here anymore.
Nova! Oh yeah.
Nova doesn't exist.
Nova's not here. More draw Fable like that then. I think I could pull Fable.
To victory!
What?
I could pull a Fable.
What does that mean?
You're a Pokemon card.
God of thunder!
Oh.
Oh my god, wait, what if you wear Pokemon cards?
Oh my god, that'd be cool.
Getting my kiss.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. We're still absolutely eating their food.
Okay. I threw my sleeping at them, but it was only a dead corpse. You drew Nova as the cat, but she's already won. Yeah, like, what a predicament, huh? We're already cats.
It pleases me to be helpful. You captured
Guys, if I wasn't a cat, what would I be?
Now I'm confident.
Please don't say mouse. If I can't be a cat, what would I have been?
I feel like maybe you would have been
don't
like
say a rat.
A demon jester or something.
Oh, demon jester.
Yeah.
Oh, he's one.
Or like an imp or something.
Oh, I can see myself as an imp. Yeah. Oh, I do give imp vibe. Hey, wait, hold up a minute. I'm not short. Oh yeah. I'll just give you bad thoughts.
Who needs healing?
Doing better now.
Let me help.
Alright, where are we going? Wait, I'm going to you guys.
Squirrel? Oh, squirrel use as a squirrel. Oh yeah. Chipmunks? Huh?
I refrained from saying any rodents because I didn't know which one you liked or not.
I mean, squirrels are okay. Those are acceptable. Ermine? What is that? Is that like an ant?
Oh, ermine. It's like it's kind of similar to like a weasel or a stoat.
Oh. Otter? Dolphin?
Or maybe
pterodactyl.
Oh, what about a quokka?
Axolot. Oh my god, yeah. A go-kart?
Quokka. Quokka are those animals that always look like they're smiling, but they're so chaotic because they throw their babies on the ground and fuck off when there's danger. So take my baby, not me. Then, but they smile while
I'm gonna go to the orphanage and do that. Kind of like a mere ferret. Oh, why do I read it as a meerkat?
Oh no,
ferret.
You know what you'd be?
Yeah.
Hold up, I gotta quickly.
Wait, minx? What's a minx? Is that like a?
It's also kind of. Oh wait.
Cat lion thingy? Hold on, I gotta look at it.
Oh, that's a lynx.
No, minx.
Minx.
What
if I remember correctly, minx is like
Oh my god! It's like an otter. What?
I thought minx was like what people call like a woman who's like very. Oh, ferret-like. Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah. You're a minx. Wait, what does it mean? You're a. Hold up.
Okay, wait. I wanna show you what
I have heard of that word. Oh my god! And so Urban Dictionary says minx is an alluring, cunning, or boldly flirtatious girl or young woman. Has unusual seductive powers such that she could commit acts that would otherwise be considered inappropriate, while still maintaining an air of class or pious. What?
Here, I'll show you what I think you'd see.
JK. Flirtatious. I am like the most innocent.
I think it'd be like maybe like a tarsier. I think is how you pronounce that. Which is this. I'm gonna spoil it. I'm not sure if it's like a rodent. Like it's not. It doesn't look like a mouse, I think. But if you don't want to see it, don't click on it. But like it's
it's like a bat.
It's like it has giant eyes. It stares into your soul.
I do have giant eyes. You when you look into my eyes and see despair and darkness.
Just look at
Am I? Wait, is it whole thing? Wow, wait, are they the size of a hand?
They are really small. Yeah.
Oh.
What do you
think? So small. Your eyes are so cute though. Why are you so kind?
Well, maybe you'd be a sugar glider.
Oh, like a squirrel that can fly?
Yeah, but like the not flying squirrel, but like sugar gliders specifically. But
wow,
they're also
a kamikaze squirrel.
Is that thing that Nova used to have that she showed us before?
Oh, looks like a ferret.
Sounds like really cute, but I'm not sure if I can show it to you.
I will see.
You wanna see?
Yeah.
Alright. It's like... It's these things.
These things look like monkeys and have like small ears. Kookaburra. Kookaburra. They're bigger than Nino has. What the fuck is that? Wait, whoa. I don't know which part is disturbing. The hands? Its paw is... Its eyes? Its nose? I think they went through something. Trauma. Kangaroo rats are super cute. That's a thing? Ooh.
Okay, Ninu.
Yeah.
If I wasn't a deer or periton, what do you think
With
I'd
my
be?
little hands. Oh. Let me look at pictures of animals.
Oh, anglerfish is cool. I actually considered, like, if I were to ever become a marine biologist, I might have rebranded into an anklut, which is like an orca and wolf hybrid mythical creature.
Oh. I think maybe a parrot. I could see you as a parrot.
A parrot?
Yeah. You're a yapper.
I am a yapper, that is true. A dolphin. Okay, we're seeing some sea creatures here.
Oh, beaver?
A beaver could also be
beavers are goofy and funny.
Oh, the Quetzalcoatl, I know what that is, but I can't pronounce it. Quetzalcoatl, I think, but that's cool.
A male anglerfish. Is there a difference between female and male?
There is usually in lots of...
That's angler. Female angel names. Wow.
I think the males are like really fucking small though, aren't they? They're like the small little ones that they're just like tiny and they swim up to the female
They're like
anglers.
non-existent.
Yeah, they're like really fucking small little babies. They actually look like little goobers.
Whoa. Wait, that's such a cute. They have a cute face.
They like they like swim into the female, I think.
Yeah, they from the looks of it.
Yeah.
Wait, they bite them.
Here, this is a male one. Look how fucking small he is.
Male? Oh wow. Wait, they just bite them? Males will meld into the body of the female. Oh, they will. Oh. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can see Fable being one. Like,
but if I was, would I be a female one? Because, but that wouldn't be M preg, because I would be the M in the preg, you know. But I'm not M, so I can't be preg.
But if you are the M, you fuse into them and then make them the preg.
But I'm not the M. But if M preg is when M is preg and not when M causes
oh wait,
preg,
yeah.
you know? That would be normal
oh
preg.
Shit, you're right. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot that part. That flew over my head.
Oh yeah, sea horrors, yeah. Okay, so I'm getting lots of sea creatures here.
Yeah, damn.
Well, if I ever become a marine biologist, which, fuck me, that's probably never gonna happen because our school systems are shit. But if I ever become one, I will probably rebrand as some kind of sea creature.
Cthulhu? Like a very octopusy creature.
Cool, but I would... Hold up. I'll show you. I think I've shown you that one before, though. I'd rebrand as one of these. Wait. Oh man, I can't look at this. As one of...
Xiaomei.
As one of these.
So meh. Oh yes. Yeah, Jeff basically, but like a whale version.
Yeah, it's
Is that a dolphin or is it a whale?
What, the one that I sent?
Yeah.
It's an orca.
Oh, okay.
But
well,
it's like a mythical creature. It's like a wolf orca hybrid. Like, I think sometimes it's like on land it's a wolf, in water it's an orca, but sometimes also like it looks kind of mixed thing. So it would be kind of like that.
Yeah. Hey, would you play like a D&D game if it was like that?
Of course I would play D&D in general.
Hell
I want to play D&D.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Platypus? Fable the platypus!
Oh, the Fable the platypus? Fable.
Touch my spouse, but I'm not gonna marry someone just so I can go to school.
Wait, hold up a minute. You can't. Why would you even marry someone to go to school with them?
Well, cause you know, like college. You know how in America it's like you know if you go to college you're basically in debt for life. Yeah. The thing is, in German school system, I can't study marine biology the way it is currently. We have that, but I would not be permitted to do that because my grades from the last school I was at were too bad.
Oh.
Because, you know, back then when I didn't know what I wanted to do and therefore had no real ambition to do anything. It's just stupid in general, like because you had to like you know like the it's kind of the what do you call that like the you know when you like do the math and then you have like that specific number that's kind of a result from all the grades that you had in your last thing. Yeah, mine is not good enough, but it's so stupid because in that grade there is stuff like PE class, right? Which will not no one cares if I suck at fucking football if I want to be a marine biologist, you know? It's so stupid. GPA, yeah, exactly.
That is so sad.
Yeah, so I'm kind of always keeping my eye on if they like changed their criteria, so maybe I can still learn it, but you know.
Yeah. Oh. Maybe they have it online.
I mean, maybe, but I'd still like. I mean, still probably have to, you know, be permitted to do that.
Oh.
Oh
so
well.
Basically, it's sucky.
Yeah, it sucks.
Oh.
Just moved to UK with Nino Fable, much cheaper there.
It's no, absolutely not cheap here.
Oh,
wait,
right.
Okay.
In that
well,
case,
I mean,
forget that.
let me. I gotta see if you guys are actually cheaper, guys. We're gonna be rating Miramizu. Whilst I look at the compare UK and Germany. Let's see. Who's Oh yeah, the UK is generally much more higher. What the fuck? Wait, you guys? Germany is much more cheaper. Damn. Thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. I hope you guys have a good evening. I will see you guys tomorrow. If Billy is available. If not, then maybe I'll play something. We'll see. Anyways, smile you later.